The final game in pool play, and it is the main event of the 2024 ACC Baseball Championship. A sellout crowd expected at Truist Field as the top seed, the Tar Heels of North Carolina, take on ACC Pitcher of the Year Chase Burns and the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. They are filing in for this one, and earlier today, ACC Player of the Year James Tibbs homered, knocked in 5 as the Noles head to the semifinals, defeating UVA 12-7, and they await the winner of tonight's game. This afternoon, Clemson was down 6-0. Jimmy Overtop's 3-run homer in the 8th tied the game at 7th. He drew the walk-off walk, and Clemson may have just ended Louisville's season as they come back for the 24th time this season, 8-7. Here are the brackets. Here's what's at stake tonight. UNC Wake Forest winner goes to the semifinals against Florida State tomorrow afternoon. And we welcome you to Truist Field with ACC legend Gabby Sanchez. I'm Mike Farron. It's the matchup we've been waiting for, and a lot of it has to do with the power of North Carolina.
Absolutely. We look at this team, this UNC team, top to bottom. They can leave this yard. 105 home runs in the season. They're 11th in the country in slug percentage. They had 6 home runs in game 1 versus Pitt. This is a fun team to watch on the offensive side.
They have been one of the best teams in the country all year and won the ACC regular season by themselves. And you get a look at what they've done in their last 15 games, 31 home runs, including 6 in game 1 against Pitt. And they will face Chase Burns tonight. There you see the Wake Forest right-hander, the ACC Pitcher of the Year, leading the nation in strikeouts with 169. He's been incredible, the transfer from Tennessee.
Well, when you talk about power pitching, well, Chase Burns is at the top of that list. It's a power fastball, 97 to 100 miles an hour. A power slider, 89 to 91. He has a power changeup, 89 to 91. Everything he has is hard. Even that 12-6 curveball that he's able to throw. He is a fun guy on the mound to watch.
Marek Houston will lead off for Wake Forest tonight. He had a big 3-run home run as they ran out to a 5-0 lead early in their victory in pool play as they defeated Pitt 2 days ago. A couple of early home runs. And opposing Wake today will be left-hander Shea Sprague, the transfer from Elon, who's been a very important member of this North Carolina rotation this year. We are set to go. This is a big one tonight, and the first pitch of the ball game is a strike, and we're underway. Shea Sprague, the Elon transfer, has been one of the most valuable pitchers on North Carolina's staff because he has been super steady. And that one lined down the right field line and foul by Marek Houston.
Now we take a look at Chase Sprague, boy. I like him on the mound. He's a good lefty. He's 3-1 so far this season. 51 strikeouts compared to the 12 base on balls. He has a 3-pitch mix, a fastball, a changeup, and a slider. It's an elite changeup. How elite? Well, it's got a 38% chase rate. That's a 92nd percentile.
That seems good.
It's very good.
I mean, this is a powerful Wake Forest lineup. We talk about the power with North Carolina. We'll talk more about them against Burns. They've already faced him once as Houston pops it up. Shallow right, racing in. D'Onofrio had a big game against Pitt with a pair of homers. Makes the catch, and the leadoff man is gone in the Wake Forest first.
Well, the thing, too, when you look at Sprague and his numbers and what he's able to do, well, he utilizes that fastball. Might be a little bit pumped up, especially early on. All the fans here, the hooting, the hollering. He'll probably be 90, 91. He'll probably settle in about 87, 88. But it's the changeup, right? The arm action on that changeup. So as a hitter, you start to sit on it, and guess what happens? He's able to beat you with that 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
See what he did the first time against Wake at the couch in Winston-Salem as Nick Kurtz stands in and takes the ball. North Carolina swept that series in Winston-Salem earlier this year. Here is Nick Kurtz, the all-ACC first baseman, one of the biggest stars in the country, and he takes outside. It's 2-0. Kurtz, another likely top 10 pick. In fact, including Burns, Wake has 3 players that are likely to go in the top half of the first round in July. The 2-0 in the dirt. It's 3-0. The other being Seaver King, their third baseman. Kurtz extremely selective, and on-base percentage this year of .533. And you get a look at Kylie McDaniel's latest draft ranking. And Kurtz draws a 4-pitch walk.
That's something that Sprague didn't do at all the last time he faced. He had 0 walks. The thing with Kurtz, though, well, he's good at the plate. He's got a great eye. He's walked a whole bunch this season. Guys really don't want to pitch to him because of what he could do with the bat. 21 home runs. But we talked about 72 base on balls this year.
Yeah, it led the nation. And now here's Jack Winay, and this is maybe the more underrated hitter in this Wake lineup. The sophomore, 20 home runs this season. Kurtz will run a little bit. Everybody in this Wake lineup runs a little, outside of Adam Tellier, who runs a lot. They are athletic and powerful. They were the #1 team in the nation to open the season. So Winay takes a strike. They struggled mightily once they got into ACC play. They started 4-8. Since that time, though, it has been much better. 11-7. They finished the year 15-15 after getting swept last weekend in Raleigh against NC State. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
And one of the things, too, when you look at this Wake lineup, against right-handed pitchers, they hit .293. You would think that they would probably have a better hitting lineup against lefties, but they don't. They actually hit .266 against left-handed pitching.
The 0-2 instead of throw to first. I think some of that is because they have had a number of young left-handed hitters down at the bottom of their lineup. Javar Williams is off to a good start against lefties, but he struggled a little bit more. And Tony Morales has taken over for Cam Nelson in center. They've been trying to find the right mix down in the bottom third in the lineup. Winay on one hop. Madero with the play to second for one. On to first. Wilkerson's throw is wide. Winay will have to hold it first as it caroms back to Harber. It's a fielder's choice, 2 outs.
That's a nice play by Madera, showing off that range, and I just love the angle that he takes on this baseball. This ball is well hit, but you can see he starts back towards that right field. He doesn't try to cut it off, and because of that, he put himself in a good position to just get that lead runner.
Jake Reinisch bats. The cleanup man getting the start in right field. Senior. Key member of their team 2 years ago. Last year struggled and was out of the lineup by the time they got to the postseason, but he's had a very nice year with 18 homers. First pitch. Takes upstairs, 1-0. Reinisch homered against Pitt in their win on Thursday. Takes upstairs, 2-0. And here's what it looked like. Wednesday, opposite field shot. One of the 50 home runs we've already had in this tournament. The record is 54. 2-0. Swing and a miss. 2-1. That was a left-on-left changeup from Sprague.
I love it. I love guys lefty-lefty changeups. I think it's a pitch that guys need to utilize a little bit more because of that right there. Now you have to stay on the pitch, and that fastball is just going to beat you. You're not going to be able to pull the trigger.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, man at first. Just underway in the top of the first, no score. Sprague set and the pitch. Swinging a foul back. Crowd still filing in, but this is easily the best crowd we've had of this tournament. Every seat sold tonight. They were selling standing room only tickets for this game. And there are a ton of scouts here to see that man, Chase Burns. Here's the 2-2. Swinging a foul, out of play.
You know what I loved? When we were down there on the field talking with the coaching, and all of a sudden we see Duke teams, we see Miami teams, we see all these teams that are still here coming to this game to watch this one, because It's important for everything, but man, when you're watching this type of baseball and you're seeing UNC going up against Wake Forest, Chase Burns on the mound, it's going to bring a crowd.
Throw over and Kurtz dives back. You can see the scout section pretty full. They're not just here to see Burns, they're here to see Kurtz, they're here to see Seaver King, they're here to see Vance Honeycutt with UNC. I mean, there is a lot of first-round talent on this field today.
There's a lot of money on this field today.
The 2-2. And tried to check his swing and hit him on the arm.
They're going
to peel to third, no swing.
Ooh.
John Byrne, the umpire at third, says no swing, and it's a painful hit by pitch for Rydich.
I thought he went. Oh, he definitely did go.
I think North Carolina may want to take a look at this because it looked like it hit the bat.
And it looks like it hit the bat, but it looks like they're not going to do it.
I'm going to challenge. Maybe instead he was just wanting to understand what happened with the appeal or why there wasn't one immediately. Scott Forbes, the head coach at North Carolina, the ACC Coach of the Year. 2 outs, 2 on. Here is Seaver King, 16 home runs this season, playing third base tonight. The transfer from Division II Wingate. Takes outside 1-0. Dynamic offensive performer with power and speed. Tremendously twitchy athlete who's played third and short and center field. And he's ahead in the count 2-0, and that's the thing that's tightened up as the year's gone on, Gabby. He doesn't go outside the strike zone as much as he did earlier in the year.
No, early on the year, you saw a lot of swing and miss out of the zone. Now, all of a sudden, his swings and miss are in the zone, which doesn't happen too often.
2-0, the pitch. Outside, and then it's 3-0 to King.
And that's the thing, too, with Seaver King. His swing and miss on the off-speed is on that changeup, especially down low. So you know that they have those numbers, and that's what they're trying to attack him with.
3 balls and no strikes to King. Wake threatening in the first with 2 outs. The pitch. There's a strike.
That's exactly where Sprague wants to throw it. He's going to try to throw it there 2 more times. I would say, listen, throw a fastball in here. If you're able to throw and spot a fastball on the inside part of the plate after throwing 4 straight changeups, it's going to be hard. You're going to be a little tardy as a hitter.
The 3-1. Fouled away, and the count is full. Boy, that was almost like some quality analysis out of you.
I mean, I'm just a hitter, and I know if I'm up there hitting, you throw me 4 straight changeups, and I haven't seen a fastball, it's hard to time that one up. I'm still on your changeup timing.
Okay, Mr. Smart Hitter, what are you looking for now?
I mean, for him, I would throw a changeup down again. I like the fastball on that one. Now you sped him up a little bit. Now you can go back to the changeup.
Runners will be on the move. Swinging a liner into right center field. On the move is Honeycutt, and the ACC Defensive Player of the Year tracks it down, and the inning is over. Wake threatens, but they don't score. We head to the bottom of the first. Here comes Chase Burns. No score in the ACC tournament. The most heralded transfer this season from Tennessee to Wake Forest. Chase Burns, the ACC Pitcher of the Year. The nation's strikeout leader with 169, takes the mound tonight trying to pitch Wake Forest into the ACC tournament semifinals. The numbers are absurd. He is one of the best power pitchers in the country, and he and Hagen Smith at Arkansas have easily been the 2 best this year. In a year where there has been offense all over, Chase Burns doesn't get hit.
He definitely doesn't, and when you start to look at the numbers, it really is mind-boggling what he can do. The 99th percentile on the heater velo, we already knew that. 98th percentile on spin rate on that heater, meaning it's going to stay on plane. It's going to be tough for this UNC lineup, but guess what? This UNC lineup has already faced him and did pretty well against him.
It would put an asterisk next to that. Nobody has hit him, and Vance Honeycutt, who missed yesterday with back spasms, is back in the lineup. The potential first-rounder, the only ACC player to go 50-70 for his career, takes a strike at 99 miles an hour on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Honeycutt, 2-time ACC Defensive Player of the Year, the 22 ACC Tournament Champion Most Outstanding Player, is behind in the count 0-2. Little cutter slider there.
Look, cutter slider. I'm thinking it's that slider. And when you look at the slider, he ranks #1 in the country on whiff rate. 63% of the time, guys are whiffing at it.
0-2 outside. Tried to go out there again. Here are the numbers on the secondary pitches. That low, 2-2. Just to put that in perspective, 64% whiff rate. That means when opponents swing the bat, nearly 2/3 of the time they miss his slider. 2-2 the count to Honeycutt. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Burns already fired up, and the leadoff man gone in the UNC first. I mean, there's going to be so much fist pumping here tonight. You're going to think we're at a disco.
Well, so you know what's funny is that, of course, we know that this slider is just absolutely filthy. We've been talking about it, talk about the whiff rate. And he's throwing 99 miles an hour. So as a hitter, I got to get that foot down and be thinking fastball and hope that I can react to that slider. I wanted to see how he was going to come out with this atmosphere.
Here's Casey Cook, who takes a breaking ball strike. Cook has had a tremendous sophomore season. The draft-eligible outfielder, 18 home runs, including a pair yesterday. And I put that little asterisk on when on Chase Burns not getting hit. Well, North Carolina got 4 homers off him earlier this year, and 2 of them were off the bat of Cook. Here's what he did against Wake in that 3-game series. 7 for 14. The best pure hitter on this North Carolina squad. A terrific season for him. One and 2 the count. The pitch to Cook. Fouled away. He is as tough an at bat as there is in the league. And I think the biggest thing is you're talking about a guy who had, what, 3 home runs all of last season? Gets a piece of that, stay alive.
And for me, that's the pitch that Burns is going to need to utilize today, just to be able to give the different speed differential. That curveball, 83 miles an hour. You talk about the fastball being 99. That's 16-mile-an-hour difference. The other stuff that he has, it's hard. That's a power changeup and a power slider.
1-2. Foul back. That one at 100. And that wasn't rounding up either. That was legitimately 100. Cook putting in a bat on him. The 7th pitch coming. Swing and a miss. Chased one in the dirt. That was nasty again. 2 outs.
Oh, wow. And you're talking about Casey Cook, who was basically on him the whole entire time. But look at the action of that pitch. My goodness.
Burns was a huge part of that Tennessee squad 2 years ago that was #1 in the nation for most of the year before losing in super regionals in 3 games to Notre Dame. Last year, Tennessee's season changed when he moved to the bullpen. And 2nd-team All-ACC performer Parks Harber swings and misses. That may have saved Tennessee's season, who started 5-10 in SEC play, but it also hastened Burns' departure from the Volunteers program. He goes to Wake Forest, which has developed an outstanding reputation in developing pitchers, working with Corey Muscara, and he has taken it to another level. He's fallen behind 3-1. Pitch to Harber. Swinging a high fly ball to center. Going back on it. Settling on the warning track and making the catch is Morales. And a 1-2-3 first for Chase Burns. We head to the 2nd. No score. Wake in North Carolina. Winner to the semis. This beautiful skyline in downtown Charlotte and a full house tonight as Wake Forest and North Carolina meet. Winner goes to the semis. The top seed, North Carolina. Wake Forest, who was the #1 team in the nation going into the NCAA tournament last year and reached the Final Four in Omaha. kids are out on the berm out in left center field, having a good time as Shea Sprague goes back to work and faces the right-handed hitting Adam Tellier. The transfer from Ball State takes low, 1-0. It'll be Tellier, Antonio Morales, Liam Wilson to face Sprague. Very nice season for Tellier, who is week's best hitter early, and he swings and skies one. Center field, Honeycutt has a beat on it, 1 out. Gibby, you had a chance to talk for a while with Bryant Gaines, the assistant head coach at North Carolina, a little bit about Sprague. Of the guys who've had good seasons in the ACC, he's probably one of the least famous. What are some you learned about him?
Well, what I learned about him is he said that if I'm in the foxhole, who I want on my side is Sprague. He might not be the most athletic guy, but he's the meanest, is what he told me. And I gotta love that for a pitcher on the mound, just that meanness inside and understanding, okay, I might not throw 100 miles an hour like Chase Burns, but I can get some outs and I need to be tricky with it.
Freshman Antonio Morales fouls it away. It's 0-2.
I mean, the biggest thing for him is just basically what was talked about was, hey, got to get that fastball going to be able to utilize that changeup and open up the changeup. The changeup only works as long as that fastball is being thrown for strikes and thrown across the plate, and you got to work in and out.
Pitch in the dirt, 1-2. Sprague likely would not have been a starter to open this year for North Carolina. Jake Knapp, the scheduled Friday starter, suffered an elbow injury before the season started. He was lost for the year. So Sprague moved to Sundays with the freshman Folger Boaz on Friday and another freshman, Jason DeCaro, on Saturdays as he paints the outside corner, 2 outs. And then Boaz suffered an elbow injury that cost him the remainder of the season, and now Sprague has moved into that Saturday role. He's going to keep getting that call in the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Stevenson's framing. You see the ACC Coach of the Year, Scott Forbes, who won this tournament back in 2022. Top 5 RPI team they will be hosting at Boshemer next weekend. First pitch is a strike to the switch-hitting Liam Wilson. The DC area native has worked his way into the lineup over the last couple of weeks because of his power. Switch hitter swings and misses. It's 0-2. But I'm not sure where North Carolina would be without the performance of Shea Sprague this year.
They would be where they're at right now, that's for sure. You get a guy on the mound who is able to give you multiple innings, who goes out there day in and day out, and you know that you can count on it. And that's hard to get from a starting pitcher, knowing, hey, this guy is going to give me 5, 6, 7 innings. He's going to be a workhorse. Not going to say anything. You need, wait, what do you need me to do? That's what I'm going to do.
It's from Boston. 0-2 in the dirt. Count 1-2 to Wilson. No score, top of the second. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Changeup had him out in front. And it's now 4 in a row, set down by Sprague. Through 1.5, Wake and North Carolina scoreless. Take a look at the ACC awards handed out on Monday. James Tibbs had a big day today for Florida State with 5 RBI, Player of the Year. Chase Burns, Pitcher of the Year, pitching tonight. Drew Burris from Georgia Tech, the Freshman of the Year. Vance Honeycutt, his second Defensive Player of the Year award, starting tonight in center field. And Scott Forbes, your Coach of the Year of the ACC. And there's a look at Chase Burns in this scoreless second inning as he will face the heart of the order. Anthony D'Onofrio will lead off. There's Vance Honeycutt, who missed yesterday with back spasms. First pitch, breaking ball strike to D'Onofrio. It's 0-1. I've seen him start a bunch of guys with breaking balls and off speed tonight. Strike, it's 0-2.
That's what makes it tough. That's what makes him real tough. When he's able to throw that curveball first pitch for a strike at 81 and then come in with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Bounced that one up there. D'Onofrio had a big day yesterday, a pair of home runs, 7 on the year. Transfer from Quinnipiac. He is a really athletic player. He is not the kind of guy. It's a little bit like Adam Tellier for Wake in that you don't generally see guys like that play 4 years in college. And he's down on strikes here. Gill will run at him and then throw to first. Third strikeout already for Burns through 4 batters, 1 out.
It just, you can see that D'Onofrio's up there looking for a fastball, but the action of that slider is just so hard. Hey, he is throwing that pitch really well.
1 out for Luke Stevenson, the freshman catcher. This is an impressive young player. A fine season with 13 home runs offensively as he swings and misses at 98. It's 0-1, but it's his defense that looks like is going to be the calling card for him. He was one of the top prep catchers in that class. It's behind 0-2. Tough play for Houston. The shortstop has it. Underhands to first, not in time. Infield single for Stevenson, who is smelling a base hit.
Well, you gotta love that hustle from Stevenson down that first base line. Gets a 100-mile-an-hour fastball and just kind of hits it. Just really nothing that Houston can do. The only thing that you could have done there is flip it with the glove. That's not going to be easy to do. That ball is just right there in no man's land.
First base runner of the night for North Carolina. Here's Alex Madera. Left-handed hitting second baseman, takes low, 1-0. Senior from New Jersey. Fouls it away. Madera transfer from the Division III school, Arcadia University in Pennsylvania. D3 All-American a year ago. Very competitive hitter in the box. And he serves that one into left field, a base hit. Back-to-back singles for North Carolina here in the second, and they have a man in scoring position with 1 out for the powerful Alberto Ozuna. Look at Tom Walter. To his right, Corey Muscara, the pitching coach for Wake Forest. Tom Walter helping to lead Wake Forest to their first Men's College World Series since 1955. And the first pitch to Ozuna off the end of the mat and foul. Now, let me give you some numbers on Burns against lefties. We've seen lefties have a couple of hits against him, right? They hit 219 against him this year. That's pretty good. with a 467 slugging percentage. Okay. So that's okay, right? All right, so he might be vulnerable. Righties, TFCO, 127 with a 229 slug. So coming up, boys.
Have fun on this one.
0-2 to Ozuna. Ozuna has power, but he will chase. The pitch, swing and a miss. 2 outs.
Yeah, got him with the hard slider away. 4th strikeout of the night for Burns. And that one there, you can see Ozuna just trying to cheat for a fastball. And it's just way out in front.
2 outs for Gavin Gallagher, one of 3 North Carolina freshmen that were on the all-freshman team. A third baseman, high on-base percentage throughout the year. Takes upstairs, 1-0. He hit leadoff for a while. Swing and a miss. He is also the son of a former Wake Forest player and assistant coach, Sean Gallagher, who is one of the coaches at the Pro 5 Academy, which is one of those baseball academies. There are a number of high schools around the country where sports can be the focus, and Pro 5 is one of those. But he has been a very good contributor as a freshman here for North Carolina. He's ahead in the count 2-1. The pitch in the dirt, and the count 3-1. And that's the thing about Gallagher is he is selective.
If I'm UNC, I know the numbers. If I see anything with spin, I'm going to go ahead and take, because it's going to be hard enough to try to catch up to that 98, 99 mile an hour fastball. So I would just be sitting dead red.
3-1. Upstairs, he walked him, and the bases are loaded. An infield single, an opposite field base hit, and a walk. And here's the switch hitting Colby Wilkerson, the shortstop. He's put together a pretty solid offensive year. Not much power. An average just under 300 and a very good idea of the strike zone. No score, bottom of the second. First big scoring chance for North Carolina. Breaking ball strike. It's 0-1.
The thing is, you're not really hitting that pitch because you have to be sitting on that fastball. So he throws that one over for a strike. You tip your hat to him. He throws a slider over for first strike. Tip your hat to him.
Swing and a miss.
And that's the reason why a lot of action with that pitch. So hard to even try to even make contact. That four-seam fastball, it's going to be pretty straight. That one you have a chance to hit.
0-2. Fouled at the plate. Foul ball as Burns. You had the easy play at home if they called it fair.
You think he knows how many outs there are?
I think he was probably looking for the easiest out. He may not. He's kind of locked in. He's an intense competitor. Thing to watch, though, this is already the 39th pitch of the night. Wake Forest tends to be very careful with their pitchers. They don't very often go over 100 pitches in an outing. The 0-2. Called strike 3. Inning over. Heels leave them loaded. We've played 2. No score. Wake Forest has become a national power under Tom Walter after coaching at George Washington and New Orleans. He's taken them to 4 postseasons since 2016. Men's College World Series last year, 16 All-Americans so far. And you could probably see a 50% increase in first-round draft picks after this year, as he's got 3 potential ones here. Coach Walter, who had good success taking New Orleans to 2 regionals, has been a mainstay with that Wake Forest program and helped to turn them into a real powerhouse in the ACC. You look at Coach Walter, who very early on in his tenure at Wake, that's Cameron Gill, the number 9 here, skies that pop up. Back in 2010, he had a player on his team, actually 2011, right before the 2011 season, named Kevin Jordan, who needed a kidney transplant. Tom Walter found out that he was a match and gave his kidney to Kevin Jordan, and the two are still incredibly close. And Jordan played at Wake Forest, but he has helped him as a community organizer and activist. He is just a real quality human being. 1-0 to Marek Houston. Shortstop takes a strike. It's 1-1. We were talking as we were coming off the field, Gabby, about both these coaches, Tom Walter, Scott Forbes, just outstanding people.
2 of the best in the game.
And not just great coaches, but I mean, just like the kind of people that you want to be around.
Yeah. Guys that you want to talk with. I mean, we had Forbes out there. He was talking with us for 10 minutes. Like it was just talking back at the house and on the couch.
Forbes is a longtime assistant to Mike Fox. at North Carolina. This is his 23rd year with the Tar Heels, his 4th as the head coach. Houston in the air to left. That one's hit pretty well. Back to the fence is Cook. He leaps, and he can't get it because it's gone. Marek, Houston's second homer of the tournament, has given Wake a 1-0 lead.
Oh, Marek Houston gets a fastball in and just gets enough of it. 95.5 miles an hour off the bat. You can see where that ball hits, just squeaks over the fence.
Boy, that was super close. I mean, if that fence is 2 feet further back, Cook makes the catch. Now here's Kurtz. Houston's 8th home run of the year. That's a player we're going to be talking about near the top of the draft for 2025. 1-0 Wake Forest. Kurtz takes the ball. It's 1-1.
I was trying to see what the Marek Houston, the ball flight was. It was 38 degrees. Now the optimal is going to be right there in that 26, 27, 28 range. So that one is way up higher. You could see that ball went up in the air. It just kept carrying and carrying out to left.
That is the 51st home run of this tournament. You see the tournament record was set in 2022. I have a feeling we're going to fly past that one. Chick swing, no swing. Do it to Kurtz.
We might get past that one in just today's ball game. Homer's been working.
He's been busy.
Homer's been busy this tournament. Poor guy's going to need a vacation after this one.
2-2. Kurtz into the shift. There's a shortstop Wilkerson to throw him out. 2 outs. There's Jack Winney. 1-0 Wake Forest. Winner of this game goes to the semifinals tomorrow, where they will take on Florida State. The game with postseason implications that are more significant for Wake Forest than it is for North Carolina. North Carolina is going to be one of the top seeds. Wake probably needs to win this to be a regional host. Only one team in ACC history has finished 15-15 in the regular season and hosted, and it was North Carolina in 2022.
And they won the tournament.
They won the tournament.
So that's the big caveat there. You basically have to win this tournament to be able to then host if you're Wake Forest.
They have an RPI, ratings percentage index, that helps to organize the teams that the committee uses. That is very good. It's fluctuating between 10 and 11 this week. So everything has been good for Wake except for their conference record.
Right.
Which has been fine, just not host fine.
Yeah, I mean, they started off slow. They tried to find their identity early, really couldn't do it. Then all of a sudden they really started to find it, and they were beating everybody. And then it seemed like they were getting hot at the right time. They swept Clemson. All of a sudden they go to NC State, and NC State said, well, we're going to go ahead and sweep you. And I think that really hurt them because they needed to win some of those games. They had to lead in some. NC State was able to come back.
Swing and a miss. Winney down on strikes, and the inning is over. But Wake gets the lead thanks to that man, Marek Houston.
Oh boy, Marek Houston coming up big for Wake, giving them a 1-0 lead.
Packed house tonight at the ACC tournament, the last night of pool play. Fans finding their seats. Settling in for a good one. Top seed North Carolina against Wake Forest. And a Carolina fan in the business, maybe, to a Wake Forest fan. And Bourbon has been real popular the last 2 days for the kids. They came out to see a doozy tonight. A lot more Carolina blue this evening than there is Wake Forest black and gold. But everybody wants a look at Chase Burns. Pitched out of a bases-loaded jam in the second. And the first pitch to Vance Honeycutt is in there for a strike, 0-1. Honeycutt got off to a very slow start this season, but he has set the Tar Heel record for home runs in a career, thanks to a fast finish. 22 home runs this year, 59 in his career at North Carolina. I highlighted it at the outset, the only ACC player ever with 50 homers and 70 bags. 1-2.
He was the MVP of this tournament a couple of years ago, his freshman year.
He is a tremendous athlete. He's a great defensive center fielder. He has legitimate power. He can fly. And he has some swing and miss issues. And he goes down on strikes for the second time. That's already 6 strikeouts for Burns and 10 hitters faced.
It's one of those things that you look at Burns and the way he's able to throw this slider. We talked about how good it is. It starts right on the outside corner, breaks off. Strikeouts are great. They look nice, but what they also do is that they get that pitch count going up.
Casey Cook in the air to left, going back on it, went A to the fence. It's off the wall. Cook around second. He will slam on the brakes. It's a 1-out double for Casey Cook, the man who took Burns deep twice in Winston-Salem this year, narrowly missed tying the game.
Mike Cook, he does not mind how hard you throw. 98 miles an hour, no problem. Stays on that pitch, drives it opposite way, off the wall, real close to being a homer. I just love the way he was running too. He hits this ball, he starts running at second base. He even was thinking maybe I could go to third, trying to get himself over there. Ends up having to put the brakes on and get himself back to second.
Parks Harber bats. The first baseman takes low, 1-0. Harber, second team All-ACC, transfer from Georgia. Terrific season, 20 home runs, big power. Takes a strike, it's 1-1.
Yeah, I'm letting him have that curveball. I would kind of do what Cook did there. I'm laying off anything other than a fastball that's hard.
The 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
And it doesn't mean that you're going to catch up to it. Let's just put that out there. Just because that's the thought process, it's still 98 miles an hour to 100. It's still coming out firm.
Yeah, monster series against Wake Forest this year, and he's down on strikes. 7 strikeouts now for Burns, 2 outs, and here's D'Onofrio.
Boy, another slider. Just a good one. I mean, we've seen that pitch get swung out a whole bunch. It starts right on that outside corner, breaks off the plate away as it's getting into the hitting zone.
Two outs, man at second, and this becomes a key at man early in the game with Anthony D'Onofrio up. First pitch swung on and missed, 0-1. Modified shift down for the left-handed hitter. Swing and a miss. 2 disappearing pitches out of the zone. It's 0-2.
And that's the curveball. I mean, just a good one. A lot of action to it. That pitch is starting right around the numbers.
Called strike 3. 8 punch-outs through 3 innings for Chase Burns. And he strands Cook at second. For the second straight inning, he strikes out the side. All 3 of them swinging. Honeycutt D'Onofrio. 1-0 Wake. Tomorrow, the semifinals of the ACC tournament. The winner of this game will take on Florida State, 1 o'clock Eastern. And then Duke and Miami play. Miami, the 11 seed. The only way the Canes can make the tournament is winning the ACC Championship. They went 2-0 in pool play, hanging on yesterday to beat Clemson. They will face Duke.
Which is not an easy task because we saw what Clemson was able to do today. Coming back against Louisville. Down 6-0, and it just seemed like it didn't matter to them. It's like they knew that we're going to win this ball game.
I can't even begin to tell you how impressed I was as Reinisch hits that into the shift and leadoff man gone here to Wake. 4th. 1-0 Wake Forest. That game did not matter to Clemson at all. Like they're not advancing in this tournament. It's not going to affect their seeding. Nothing. And they're down 6-0 in the 4th inning, and they come back to win. Like Eric Bakich has talked a lot about how tough that team is. They showed it today. That is the most impressive, meaningless game I think I've seen from a college team ever. Like, they were incredible because that mattered a lot to Louisville. As King grounds out to second, 2 outs.
No, it really did, but you have to think, too, how about momentum, right? Momentum going into the tournament, knowing we're not doing anything here. We're not advancing. Miami is already advanced out of our pool. There's not going to, the pool play, that's not going to worry. But you want that momentum all of a sudden going into regionals where you're going to be hosting. And there's nothing better than leaving a team on the field when they knew they had it and you just came back and just grabbed it from them.
I mean, I'm a firm believer as Wake's going to use one of their offensive timeouts here.
Smart. We've seen this a whole bunch in this tournament. They have 3 offensive timeouts, especially through a quick inning that Sprague's able to throw out there. Call it timeout. Give your pitcher time because Chase Burns wants to rest just a little bit longer.
One of the most underrated hitting coaches in the country there, Bill Saletto, does not get a ton of attention. He's having a good conversation with Adam Tellier. I love it.
I do know what they were saying right there. Hey, we're just going to stick around here until the umpire comes over here and gets us.
So, I am a firm believer in the old baseball cliche of momentum is only as good as your next day's starting pitcher. I tend to believe it in game, but walking out of here, especially the way they played the first half of the game, and Eric Bakich was not happy with it. That's going to make practice the next couple of days a little easier in Clemson.
You think the guys knew that in there? Hey, guys, we better come back here because if not, this is going to be rough.
As the kids say, they've got that dog in them. Tellier to left field. Back to the fence. Gone! Wake.
Adam Tellier, again, it's a fastball. It's supposed to be in. Gets left out over Tellier. This one he did not miss. 107.3 miles an hour off the bat. Just a line drive home run.
13th of the year.
They're feeling it in there. They got their guy on the mound. They know that this game means a lot to them. They want to be hosting.
Swing and a miss. Count 0-2 to the freshman Morales.
Now, if you break, though, listen, solo home runs aren't going to kill you. Keeping this game manageable, that's what you need to do.
Well, North Carolina got to Chase Burns the first time they faced him. Morales 3-hopper to first, and Harber will hustle to the bag to get Morales. And the inning is over. But Wake extends the lead thanks to this blast from Adam Tellier. A rocket just above the yellow line and left. 3.5, 2-0 Wake. So far, Chase Burns, good.
You say good, I say wow. We've been seeing that fastball up to 100 miles an hour. The slider has been absolutely filthy. Let's not forget about that curveball. Got a couple strikeouts with that one too. This is just a power pitcher and a strikeout strut.
Luke Stevenson will lead off for North Carolina. He takes the ball high. This is what he's done so far tonight. This was Chase Burns' first start too on March 29th against North Carolina. Look at that, no walks, 14 strikeouts, but 6 earned runs and 4 homers. Casey Cook got him twice. Parks Harber homered off him. And the most shocking one was Colby Wilkerson, who hit just 2 homers all year. One of the 4 in a 6-5 loss. And again, that was a series that North Carolina swept from Wake. And I think it did 2 things. One, it kind of set Wake off. They were 4-8 at that point in conference play. And it announced that North Carolina was really as good as their start made them look.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too. When you are an offense, you are players that are in there, and you've had success against a pitcher, you're not afraid to go up against him. The noise of Burns doesn't mess with you.
Stevenson strikes out. That's strikeout number 9 for Burns. Here's March 29th in Winston-Salem. 4 times North Carolina goes deep. Cook. Harber, Cook again, and this is the one that was the stunner. Wilkerson on a breaking ball that he hammered. It's Alex Madera bats.
Now, I mean, he did have 14 strikeouts in that game.
And he didn't walk anybody.
Right. So you know going up, okay, he's going to strike us out. The other thing is, too, is when you look at a guy like Chase Burns knows where he got beat. A lot of times he got beat was off that slider. So you see him utilizing that curveball a little bit more today. The reason why is because you want to separate the speeds. You want to have something slow, get you kind of out in front, and then all of a sudden now you're going to get jammed on that 98.
And this just low, it's 2-2. Only twice this year has Burns failed to strike out double digits. Check that, 3 times. Dayton, his 2nd start of the year, and then back-to-back starts against BC and Florida State. And Madera can't believe it as he's strikeout victim number 10. And he is really protesting, and Scott Forbes isn't happy either.
This one I've got to say was this one's not a strike. I mean, we can see it. Everybody saw it. They're asking whether or not he swung. I think this was just a call, and it was definitely a mistake. And
that is as hot as you will ever see Scott Forbes. 10 strikeouts now for Burns already.
Yeah, I mean, you could take a look at this one. That's nowhere near the zone.
First pitch misses low to Alberto Ozuna.
He's saying that ball is not even close. He's not wrong. Forbes, he's looking at it going, I mean, we saw it from over here.
That one foul back. I think the way it was received, because there was a breaking ball and Gill kind of brought his glove to the ground, made it look even more like a ball. You know what I mean? Like that's part of the reaction there.
I mean, yes, it is part of the reaction, but I think too, when you kind of look at it, Gill knew right away that it wasn't a strike, and he was confused when they called it a strike.
The 1-1. Upstairs, 2-1, and I'm sure part of what Scott Forbes is saying is this guy doesn't need any help.
Doesn't need any help whatsoever. This is the best pitcher in college baseball. Doesn't need the help.
2-1 the count to Ozuna. The pitch, swing and a miss. 98 off the plate. Here's the strikeout again.
And you could just see right here, Gill, he's kind of getting up to throw the ball. And that goes to really show you.
Called strike 3. That was a strike.
That's a strike.
And for the 3rd inning in a row, Burns strikes out the side. This time in order. Scott Forbes is hot, and so is Chase Burns. 11 punchados through 4, 2-0 Wake. We head to the top of the 5th inning. Wake Forest leading North Carolina 2-0, and we are very pleased to be joined now by the 2024 ACC Coach of the Year, Scott Forbes. Coach, I know obviously the last half inning got a little tense there. Did you get an explanation on anything?
You guys, I mean, you have to be careful what you say these days. So, you guys are watching the game. I think we've had some really good at bats. You know, the zone in college baseball now is much better for the most part. And when, you know, it's a little bit bigger against Chase tonight, we got to try to adjust. I don't know what to tell you about that one against Madera. You guys can talk about that instead of me, because that won't do any good if I start talking about it. I can tell you that.
Don't worry, I talked about it for you.
Thank you.
With Sprague on the mound, though, I feel like he's doing a wonderful job against this Wake Forest team. Couple balls there that got left a little bit over that got hit for a home run, but still, solo homers aren't going to really kill you.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, Sprague's been great for us all year. Really, you could argue like him stepping up has really saved us. And he's going to keep us in the game. He's going to battle. He's a tough kid. He can throw multiple pitches for strikes, so we just got to keep it close against this arm we're facing, that's for sure.
Just real quick before we let you go, Scott, Casey Cook has the opposite field double against him. He clipped Burns twice in Winston-Salem earlier this year. I know you've talked about his growth this season. What impresses you the most about Cook?
Just he's got that slow heartbeat. You know, scouts would call him hitterish because that's what he is. I mean, the kid can just flat out hit, and he's working the weight room, so now he's got more power. What he's done for us is a huge reason why we're in the position we're in. But he's been impressive, hasn't he?
Yeah, he sure has. Every time we see him, he does something else. Coach, we appreciate the time. Best of luck tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Scott Forbes, the ACC Coach of the Year, joining us. And I appreciate as much candor as he could give us in that. I don't want to get him in trouble either, but that now he's laughing about it at this point.
Nothing you can do at this point, right? You just move on. Hey, it is what it is. Called it. Move on. Game on.
Swing and a miss. Freshman Wilson down on strikes. And you mentioned it. I mean, this has actually been a very good outing so far for Sprague. It's 4 strikeouts for him.
I mean, he's been very good what he's been able to do. Just kind of moving the ball back and forth, has that changeup working, is utilizing the fastball. Really, to be honest with you, UNC is out hitting Wake Forest 3-2. You know, unfortunately, the 2 for Sprague left the yard.
First pitch to the number 9 hitter, Cameron Gill. It's 1-0. Give me that changeup from Sprague. I know the arm speed is something you talk a lot about with changeups, right? That it looks like a fastball, but the movement on it is pretty impressive. At least according to some of the data, that is moving at least the width of the plate. All right, so take me through that as a hitter when you've got a lefty that all of a sudden, I mean, does it look like it's starting at you then and running all the way away?
And that's what it really is what it's doing. But the problem that he has also that's good.
Gill in the air to left, back to the fence is Cook. He has room this time to make the catch for out number 2.
What he has is the extension on his pitches. It's at 7 foot. So you look at major league average, it's 6'6". So he is in the elite conversation of extension. So now you put the extension with a ball that's a changeup that's running, you know, what was it, 17 inches?
Yeah, 17, 18 inches sometimes.
You know, that ball is going to start on the righty. It's going to look like it's going to hit you. It's going to run back over. Then he'll start it right down the middle of the plate. You think that's going to be the hitting one, and it's off the plate away. So it makes it really hard, especially that 90-mile-an-hour fastball is going to play and makes that pitch look even nastier.
I mean, his fastball has a lot of movement to it, too. And again, you know, the plate is 17 inches wide. Grounder inside the bag at third and fair. Houston hits it into the corner. His second extra base hit of the night is a 2-out double in the 5th. Boy, Marek Houston has had a tournament.
And Marek Houston's been swinging the bat extremely well. Again, this one just down in the zone. It was a changeup, and he's able to just pull it and hug that line down the third base line. It's going to be an easy stand-up double for him. All of a sudden, Wake has a guy in scoring position for their 3rd hit of the night.
Now here's Nick Kurtz. Kurtz is 0 for 2. Lefties have been better against Sprague this year, and with that in mind, it's an intentional walk to the powerful Kurtz.
I think that has to be because the last AB that Kurtz had, he hit it 111 miles an hour off the bat. And I guarantee you that they knew that, and they said, no, we're going to go ahead and walk him.
We're going to talk to Tom Walter, head coach at Wake Forest, in the next half inning. Now here's Jack Winay. Grounded out, struck out. And Luke Stevenson's going to go out to visit with Sprague. There is action in the bullpen for North Carolina.
Yeah, 72 pitches. I wouldn't think that they would be taking him out. It's not like, you know, they're doing really much off of him. Yeah, 3 hits, 3 extra base hits, but that's about it.
But Dalton Pence has been one of the most valuable relievers in the ACC this year, and you saw Matty Mateus with him as well. Those two have been outstanding. In fact, by pitching value, wins above replacement, according to 643 charts, they've been their first and third most valuable players. And Scott Forbes, it looks like, is going to make a change. Rather than have Sprague face Winay a third time, a long conversation is going to happen here. It's just Pence that's throwing. And we're waiting to see if Coach Forbes will make the call. 2 on, 2 out, top of the 5th. Wake Forest leading North Carolina 2-0. The winner of this game goes to the semifinals tomorrow, and Dalton Pence is entering the game. We'll tell you about the North Carolina left-hander in a moment. The Boston native was wicked good tonight for North Carolina. 4 2/3 innings in his final tune-up before regionals. 3 hits, 2 runs, both solo homers. He's responsible for the 2 men on. We were just kind of talking about this before Dalton Pence comes in, who has been really good, sophomore lefty for North Carolina. It's an interesting move. You intentionally walk Kurtz, and Pence is coming in to face the righty. But I also wonder if part of the plan for North Carolina was, hey, if we can get 75 pitches out of Sprague tonight, that's pretty good. We know that starting pitching injuries have been a big part of the story for North Carolina this year, and why risk it?
Yeah, I mean, that could be definitely the thought process, but I'm with you on that. With Nick Kurtz there, you would think, why not bring in Pence to face him and then see what's going on? And the thought process could be, too, there's one guy that's not going to beat us, and it's going to be Nick Kurtz. So you kind of have to look at it that way, I guess, too.
Pence, 3rd team All-ACC pitcher. Very good against both lefties and righties. Righty's actually hitting just a .167 against him this year. First pitch to Winay, fouled away. 0-1.
Now for Pence on the mound, it's a fastball, changeup, slider, mostly fastball. So 77% of the time, that's what he's throwing. Fastball is about 92 to 94 miles an hour. The changeup's going to be 84 to 86.
0-1. Upstairs. 1-1 to Winay. Pence can get swing and miss in the strike zone. It's one of his strengths. Swing and a miss there. It's 1-2. He has one of the lowest in-zone contact rates in college baseball. The 1-2 upstairs. It's 2-2 in fact.
And his fastball.
Yeah.
When you look at the fastball, it's a 33% whiff rate. 32% when it's in the zone.
I mean,
it's in the 100%.
Yeah, usually that's about like
elite.
16, 17%, right? So it's like twice as good. Missed inside, and that's the one thing with Pence is that he will run some deep counts, and the walk rate is a little higher. But now the runners are going to be on the move here in the 5th. Wake leading North Carolina 2-0. Pence set. Houston and Kurtz run instead of pickoff throw to second. Trying to keep Houston close.
Or just seeing if you can catch them napping.
Houston with a much bigger lead from second this time. They run. Foul back. I always wondered, are you trying to do that, or are you trying to get him to shorten up his lead?
No, I think it's trying to see if, like, maybe they just not even paying attention. Okay, 3-2, he picks it up. I played with a guy, J.D. Cockcroft. He was a lefty pitcher. Had one of the best inside moves I have ever seen in anything, in major leagues, in minor leagues, and he was able to pick guys off just like this.
3-2 again. When A in the air to center. Coming in is Honeycutt. He'll give way to D'Onofrio. It looked like he had trouble finding it for a second. The right fielder makes the catch, and the inning is over. Wake threatens. They leave a pair halfway through this one. 2-0 Wake. North Carolina, the home for this year's ACC Baseball Championship, as we get ready to start the bottom of the 5th inning with Wake Forest leading North Carolina 2-0, and we are pleased to be joined now by the head coach of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, Tom Walter, is with us. So this Chase Burns guy, has he got a chance to be pretty good?
He's pretty darn good, guys. I love watching him pitch, man. The fire in his belly is just fun. He's got 4 pitches, and it's electric stuff.
I'm looking at your hitters right now. Big swings of the bats for a couple of your guys. What are you telling the hitters in there in the dugout?
Yeah, keep grinding. I mean, Sprague's really good. He's got 2+ pitches, and he competes his tail off, moves the ball around, and obviously Pence is one of the best arms in the league. So, and they've got Mathis and and Poston behind them. So, their bullpen's locked and loaded. So we just got to fight.
Well, the last 2 years you've had teams that have played with so much energy and emotion. How have they been able to channel that as a positive? Because I know sometimes they can get away from teams.
Yeah, we just play the game, and we talk to the guys all the time about playing the game, controlling adversity and adrenaline. We want to have the energy, we want to have the passion, but we don't want to let it take us out of what we do. We want to be able to stay on our branch.
All right, Tom, we appreciate the time. Best of luck tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Tom Walter, the head coach at Wake Forest, joining us. One of my favorite things is, you'll see players get together before the game and celebrate as the first pitch is hit past a diving Marek Houston. It's a leadoff single for the freshman Gallagher here in the UNC 5th. But you'll see them celebrate and kind of bounce before the game and get ready, and it's nothing to see Tom Walter skip in after giving the lineup card and join that. And there's nothing about him that looks like he's going to be that kind of guy, but he really seems to feed off the energy of his team. Number 9 hitter Colby Wilkerson will hit. Now, Wilkerson was one of the players that tagged Burns for a home run in March. He only has 2 on the year. He's the tying run. That one in the dirt, and Gill having to scramble after it.
And Wilkerson got the slider that time he hit the home run. Let's see if Burns just goes after him with the fastball.
Leadoff man is aboard. Burns 11 strikeouts and 1 flyout. Off the end of the bat, foul. It's 1-1.
How about that? Goes with the changeup. Still 87 miles an hour.
Yeah. Diving away.
And you know what's like, he throws 100, so an 87 mile an hour changeup actually is the right speed pitch that you would want off of that changeup, but it still seems too hard.
Upstairs, it's 2 of them.
And one of the things too that I've seen is maybe Burns kind of holding back a little bit with that fastball. Now it's only 96. But that's for me the pitch that you need to attack against him. Got to attack the heater.
2-1. Swing and a miss. Oh, that was nasty.
That's why you don't want to swing at anything other than fastball with him, because that pitch is just absolutely filthy. This is the 12-6 curveball, but look at the action to that one. And that's starting at the top of the chest and then just breaking straight down to the ground.
Wilkerson has handled velocity well this year, hitting .400 on pitches 95 plus. Certainly see more 95 plus in the ACC than a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah.
As he waits for the 2-2. Swing and miss. That's strikeout number 12 for Burns. 1 out in the 5th.
And it goes right back to the curveball. Wilkerson saw it a couple times, swung over the top. Basically the same exact pitch as the last one he swung at. So hard, especially with 2 strikes. You see it up and you say, that's the one that I want to get. But so much spin rate on that curveball, a lot of break to it.
I mean, he is facing a lineup that does not strike out all that much, as Honeycutt tries to bunt and bunts it foul at the plate. This is, I mean, they are what, 6th in the conference? Last 10, all via strikeouts. In terms of the lowest strikeout rate, 8th among ACC participants over the course of the regular season. 4th lowest chase rate, and they've already fanned a dozen times. I mean, this is a really good offense.
I would say, and I know Virginia has a great offense, I still put UNC ahead of them just because of the power and everything else that they bring along. It's a scary team top to bottom hitting. Everybody in that lineup can beat you.
Honeycutt certainly has the power to get this game tied with 1 swing. He's punched out twice. A 1-1. He swings and pops it foul and out of play in the count 1-2. Now that was one that was left up.
That's the one that you want to hit when you see it pop out of the hand. So when it goes over that they talk about the tunnel, right where that ball is being released. When you see that curveball pop up, that's going to be the one that you can hit because that's going to be the hanger.
Gallagher's been on base twice, gets the lead from first. 1-2 upstairs. 2-2. Now, the one thing to remember is that Wake is careful with their pitchers. Burns has not gone more than 109 pitches all season, so he will not go much past the 6th or maybe the 7th inning. And the count runs full to Honeycutt.
I mean, that's what I feel like they're hoping. I think Wake is hoping that way they can get to their back end bullpen guys.
3-2 the count. 1 out, tying run at the plate, bottom of the 5th. Not going is the runner, and Honeycutt draws a walk. Well, after trying to butt his way on, Honeycutt reaches. And here's Casey Cook.
And Casey Cook, well, he don't care how hard you throw, because when you throw 95 miles an hour and above, he's hitting 600 this season.
Corey Muscara, the pitching coach for Wake Forest, is going to make his first visit. Burns' pitch count getting up near 80. He has walked 2. He's given up 4 hits to this point. And this is one of Muscara's strengths, is trying to get guys back into their
routine and rhythm.
Yep, rhythm. And that's one of the things that he attempts to do during these visits, is he's very good at identifying what it is the pitchers need to hear.
And quick, too. You know, like he's going out there and he's telling you, okay, I'm seeing X, Y, and Z. That's it, but it's a point. Hey, I mean, stay on top of the baseball. Hey, let's throw a little bit more of that heater. We're getting a little bit too out in front of that slider just to get you right back.
Blake Morningstar is starting to get loose in the Wake Forest pen. Big spot here, 5th inning. 1 out. 2 on. North Carolina down 2-0. Casey Cook doubled to left his last trip. Tried to check his swing. He went around on a breaking ball, 0-1.
And listen, if you're UNC and you're talking about this lineup facing Burns, there's one guy that you want up in this type of situation, and it's the man who's hitting right now, Casey Cook.
The 0-1 in the dirt. 1-1. Burns to the set. A check of the runner. The pitch. Swinging a high fly ball to right. Coming in. Reinish makes the catch. Hunter Bluff's going from second. Throw behind him out number 2. Cook didn't miss that one by much.
No, he didn't. Got the curveball and it was up in the zone, and boy, he was just underneath it.
And now it'll bring up the powerful Parks Harber. Harber, a classic run producer, 20 homers, close to 60 knocked in. He also took Burns deep in March. Tying runs aboard in the 5th. The first pitch, swing and a miss. Oh.
Not too many righties can say that they've taken Burns deep, that's for sure.
He has allowed 5 home runs to right-handed hitters this year. But overall, they're slugging just .229 against him and hitting a .127. The pitch in the dirt. Stopped by Gill. 1-1, and that becomes very important. Trying to keep that second runner out of scoring position here. Tellier runs pretty well at second. Honeycutt has blazing speed at first. The pitch, swing and a miss.
Well, all right, he's back to 98. And I would go up a little bit more.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
If I'm Burns, I'm throwing another elevated fastball.
The pitch, foul back. Ooh. He didn't go to the fastball, and Harber got a piece.
Yeah, I'm not giving you a chance right now. If I just threw you a fastball and you were late on it there, I'm not trying to throw it for a strike. I'm just trying to elevate it a little bit more than what I just did and see if you want to go swing. Now, once I throw that one and you laid off, now I can go to the slider.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Gill will throw to first. Kurtz has the cushion, and the inning is over. North Carolina strands a pair. Strikeout number 13 for Chase Burns.
Oh, it goes to the curveball. Says forget about the slider. 13 strikeouts for Burns.
Tomorrow, the ACC Tournament Semifinals at 5 o'clock Eastern. The Miami Hurricanes facing you. Yes, you, Charlie Bielenson. The Duke Blue Devils. Winner to the finals on Sunday. They will face the winner of Florida State and the winner of this game. That's a lot of winners.
It's a lot of winners.
2-0 Wake Forest. Dalton Pence got the last out of the 5th. And this is away to Jake Reinish. There's our bracket. Laid over this beautiful skyline. This really is a gorgeous skyline. It's a beautiful downtown. 2-0. Popped up. Foul territory. Harber makes the catch with Madeira there to catch him.
Me as a first baseman, as soon as that ball goes up, I'm telling Madeira, you better get it. You better get it. Don't let me get this one. It's so hard when that ball is right over your head to try to catch. It's easier for a second baseman to come in because of the angle where that ball is coming at you.
That almost looked like a Looney Tunes cartoon where the little guy's trying to catch the big guy, right? Like, and out from Seaver King, who lines that one into center field. A base hit for King, his first of the night. Just the 4th for Wake Forest. They lead 2-0.
That's going to be interesting, too, to see if Seaver King is going to start his engines and see if he can get into scoring position. Look at throughout the year, he's 11 for 12 with stolen bases.
Adam Tellier hit a solo home run in the 4th inning. One of the 2 solo homers tonight for Wake. As King dives back. Tellier opened the year as a third baseman. He moved to second. He is a really good athlete. Very fast. Now King, a little hesitation move going back there, having trouble picking up Pence's move, and that was right near that 45-degree line that lefties have to be at, right?
It's close. I mean, he's flirting with that line right now. That's why Seaver King kind of held for a second.
It's home this time. He misses low. All right, so let's explain what that 45-degree line is for lefties in a pickoff move.
Well, you have that pitching mound, and then you have home, right? That's going to give you that 90-degree. Well, if you cut that line right in between, you got that 45-degree mark. Now, can a guy go 40 degrees and not get called? Of course. You have to really break it to be able to see it.
Trying to check his swing. He went around. It's 1-1.
But for the most part, it's there.
There's Tellier's blast, a line shot off the railing and left to give Wake a 2-0 lead. And in the fourth inning, still lead by that margin. King with a decent lead at first. The pitch popped up on the infield. Harber, a little more routine play this time. 2 outs.
That one I don't mind. That one I said, okay, fine. I can get behind that one. That's going to be an easy one.
So you're telling me the one that goes to the top of the Bank of America building?
Yeah.
So maybe it's
the one that goes about the Bank of America building, and it's right over your head. Those are hard because you're trying to move back and you don't have the angle to be able to catch it. So there you're just going, I hope there's no wind up there because I'm going to look silly.
2 outs for Antonio Morales, the center fielder. Over to first again.
Seaver King's got to go here at some point. Try to get himself into scoring position.
You're down to the bottom of the lineup.
It's going to be hard to muster a couple hits for you to score.
Just took an extra couple inches on that lead, and now a throw over his back.
Well, the last time he went over twice, he went home on the third. And you can kind of key in, too, off that front knee. When that front knee passes his other knees, he's usually going home.
Really sped that up that time, and Morales routine for Honeycutt. Inning over. 1 out single. King is left at first through 5 1/2. 2-0 Wake. So far tonight, Chase is burning the bats.
Boy, he has been looking real good, and he's confident right now on the mound. The passion is there.
5 straight starts with at least 13 strikeouts. So 182 strikeouts now in the season to lead the nation.
I mean, he was leading the nation before even coming into this ball game, and now he's just adding on.
So he's showing off at this point?
He's just showing off. I mean, this is a good hitting team. This is not just like any rinky-dink team. No, this is one of the best teams in the country with the bats.
Winner of this game to the semis tomorrow 1 Eastern. They'll take on Florida State. Carolina's only down 2-0. The proverbial bloop and a blast could get them back in this one. D'Onofrio's punched out twice. Swing and a miss. The number of pitches that have just disappeared below bats tonight is pretty ridiculous. One, two. That's a ground ball fair inside the bag at third. D'Onofrio around first. Winay will get the throw into second, but not in time. It's a double for D'Onofrio. He'll head to third. Kurtz's throw is in time to get him.
You can't make that mistake if you're D'Onofrio. Cannot be making that mistake there. You cannot make that first out at third. You're already in scoring position. Great job by Kurtz there, backing up that ball and being out there, getting it over to third.
Nick Kurtz has a very strong arm for a first baseman.
And the way that he throws his ball, look at that, off balance throwing it, getting it down, and then just getting that throw in there. But you can see here with Forbes, You can't really see him in the background. As soon as that happened, he took his helmet down and hit it towards the ground because he knows cannot do that with a guy like Burns on the mound. Cannot make that mistake.
A double and the putout goes 3-5. And they lose the leadoff man. Pitch misses low, 1-1. At the end of the play, D'Onofrio stood up and put his hands on his ears to say review.
And Forbes looked at him and said no.
No. Just shook his head.
Just go ahead.
Upstairs, it's 2-0. Here it is. Do you want me to review?
He said, no, we're not reviewing. It's right in front of me. I can see this one.
Ooh. Swing and a miss. 2-2 to Stevenson. Double barrel action in the Wake Forest pen. And a righty and a lefty getting loose. Stevenson just does get a piece of that one. I have a feeling at 96 pitches, this is probably going to be Burns' final inning.
I think it's his final inning as well, especially when you start. I mean, we saw guys warming up last inning. Now you have double barrel action going in this inning. I don't see him going past maybe even the 100 mark.
Hammered to right, coming in and playing on a bounce is Reinisch.
And not only that, you're starting to see this UNC team starting to hit. All of a sudden, that slider is starting to stay up. It's not getting that same bite. And how about this? How important now is that out?
It's huge. I mean, you'd be talking first and third here with nobody out.
You'd be talking either first and third, or all of a sudden man on, 2-1 ball game.
Rare miscue for North Carolina on the bases. And here's Madera. He's singled to left. His first at bat, he's 1 for 2. Takes a strike. The 0-1. Swing and a miss.
That curveball. Look, I know the slider has a bunch of swing and miss. That curveball is just something. That's an elite curveball. That curveball would play in the big leagues right now. He would get guys to swing and miss at that pitch.
Pitch number 100 is a strikeout. Number 14 for Burns, 2 outs.
It's just absolutely filthy. Here it is again. 12-6, where it starts, where it ends. My goodness.
Only 2 outs recorded in the outfield. 1 from Harber, 1 from Cook. Cook and Gallagher have had the best at bats. First pitch upstairs. 25 hitters faced tonight. 16 first pitch strikes for Burns, too.
And a lot of those, too, have been off the breaking ball, not even with the fastball.
That's right around 2/3 for a guy that throws 100 miles an hour.
And still throwing 98 right now.
It's walk 2. Judging what his pitch count has been, this may be his last hitter. Upstairs, it's 2-0. Again, 109 is his max. And listen, it's not like they're going to get him extra rest between starts. His infield's going to come together. I mean, he would start a week from tonight in the opener of regionals if they're a 2 seed. If they host, they might be able to get him an extra day. You might throw off. But
right, if they don't, he's going to have to go that first day against the number 3 seed.
But in order for them to host, they have to win tonight and win tomorrow and probably win on Sunday, too.
No, they're going to have to win the whole tournament. I mean, we've talked about it. UNC was the last team to do that. Where they were out, they finished 15-15, had to win this tournament to be able to host.
2-0. Upstairs, it's 3-0 to Ozuna. This is a powerful hitter. 14 home runs this year. He is the tying run, and he's in a hitter's count. Turn it loose.
Oh, yeah.
Takes a strike.
And that's why. especially with Ozuna. There are certain guys you might say no. Ozuna's a really good hitter, and he knows the zone too, especially with a fastball. You know you're probably going to get one there from Burns. I would go and, hey, go ahead and swing the bat here.
He's likely going to be swinging 3-1. The pitch called strike, and the count is full.
And if I'm Burns, I'm not coming off that fastball. If I throw it 3-0 and I throw it 3-1, I'm going to have to throw it in this pitch right here on 3-2.
The runner will be on the move. The pitch.
Oh.
Called strike 3. 15 strikeouts for Chase Burns. It is Chase Burns' day again. 6 shutout innings. 2-0 Wake to the 7th. Two-0 Wake Forest. You're reading that right. Chase Burns has fanned 60% of the hitters that he's faced tonight. It's actually a little bit above his season average, which was just under 50%. And it looks like that's going to be it for the talented right-hander for Wake Forest. 6 innings, 15 punch-outs, and a 2-0 lead. Dalton Pence gets a strike.
We just saw somebody tell him he had 15 in the dugout, and he was mad about it. That's just the type of competitor he is.
Oh, is he fun to watch. His season high was 16 against Clemson. He had 14 the last time he faced North Carolina. That was the only start that he lost. He won't get a loss tonight, but his offense could probably use to do some work here. 2-1, and
you don't want to keep UNC in striking distance or in giving them hope, because even in that last inning, they had a couple mistakes that they made, and they know that they made those mistakes.
Upstairs, it's 3-1 to Wilson, the number 8 hitter. Switch hitting freshman, batting right-handed. Pitch. Upstairs, ball 4. A lead-off walk in the Wake 7th. That'll bring up Cameron Gill, the number 9 hitter. Actually, we're going to get a pinch hitter here. Tom Walder's coming out to say that they're going to pinch hit.
No, I don't think so. I think this is still Gill.
It?
No,
okay,
no,
so he
it's
went
still
up to
Gill.
Gill. All right, so that is Gill.
I don't know why he was
Stand up. Sure either.
I'm thinking, do you go right here and tell Gill, let's lay one down, get a guy in scoring position?
I would think, based on what we've seen Gill do, that's the case. And Gallagher at third is certainly thinking that, and that nearly hit him. It's a pinch runner for Wilson at first. That was the decision.
That's what it was.
Austin Hawk. He is the younger brother of Tommy Hawk, the former Wake Forest center fielder.
Firecracker.
Oh, he was a fun player there.
That guy, watching him play.
Gill bunts it foul at the plate. It's 1-1. Hawk led off the Super Regional last year against Alabama with a home run.
So good.
Austin Hawk started the year in the lineup but had struggled. Now Stevenson's a very good catcher, and Gallagher is way in at third. Gill squares to bunt and bunts it foul again. It's 1-2. That one got a piece of Adam Dowdy, our home plate umpire. So now Gallagher's going to back up. I mean, Gallagher was in like they used to play in for pitchers.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Gill did not look comfortable trying to bunt here. That top hand even came off the bat. Dowdy got that one.
Hawk just shortened up his lead a little bit. The pitch. Gill swings and crunches one deep left field. Who needs a sacrifice when you go yard? 4-0 Wake.
Well, partner, that's one way to have your coach not get mad at you for not putting down a bunt. You get a pitch and you leave the yard with it. You know Tom Walter's looking at him saying, you're lucky you did that one, big man.
A little smirk from Walter there.
Oh, gets that fastball that's in off the plate. Look at how he throws his hands close and tight to his body. Well, hits that one 101.6 miles an hour off the bat.
A little breathing room for the Wake Forest bullpen. And now action there in the North Carolina pen. Let's go back to the home run.
So after 2 bad failed bunts, he said, no, let me do this one instead. Let me bat flip you as I round the bases. Well, this was a no-doubter off the bat. Right on top of the pavilion out there.
Cameron Gill had 2 home runs on the season entering this tournament. He's matched his total over the first 2 games. And Scott Forbes is heading out to the mound to have a talk with the left-hander Dalton Pence. And a pat on the shoulder, and that's going to be it after 24 pitches for Pence. We have a pitching change. Wake Forest leads North Carolina 4-0 with nobody out in the 7th. Nothing Wake Forest. Cameron Gill still celebrating his 2-run home run that has stretched this lead for Wake Forest. Immediately following our game, post-game reaction from those 2. There's Justin Walters sitting down, explaining to Danny Graves
Something.
why he doesn't need to add that insurance when he rents a car. That's exactly what he's doing. Danny Graves, that is his good side. Those 2 will be up immediately following our broadcast tonight with all ACC from Truist Field, as they have been all week. It has been really great to see Gravy, and here is 3rd team all ACC reliever Matty Mateus.
And for Matty Mateus, you look at the numbers, 12-4 on the season, 47 strikeouts to 47 innings. That's 1 per inning. It's a good fastball, 92 to 94. Has a cutter that he likes to throw. Also throws a curveball. You're going to see a lot of cutters and fastballs coming out of this right-hander.
Mateus and Pence are a big reason why North Carolina is where they are. That is about as potent a 1-2 punch out of the bullpen that anybody has. Takes over here in the 7th inning, and this packed house tonight at Truist Field. Look, the home run porch is full.
I mean, this is cool.
This has been great tonight. Standing room only. And Wake has put on quite a performance as Marek Houston fouls the first pitch away. It's 0-1. 3 homers for Wake Forest offense, 15 strikeouts in 6 shutout innings for their ace Chase Burns. And Marek Houston has 1 of those 3 blasts. And he takes a strike. It's 0-2. Here we go back to the 3rd inning.
Oh, just gets that fastball, turns on it, and just squeaks it over that wall.
Here's the 0-2. Fouled away. I noticed at the end there that Demon Deacon was there, but he didn't have his motorcycle with him. Where exactly that's parked outside. There he is. The Deke. Pitch in the dirt. That's what Wake has done tonight.
That's how you win.
By the way,
The long ball.
I mean, homers win. I mean, listen, Cameron Gill proved it, right? Never bunt. 2-2 the count from Houston.
And for Houston, I mean, he has been extremely hot in May. Coming into this ball game, hitting .356. And another thing that he doesn't do, doesn't really whiff. 15% whiff rate, lowest on the team.
Well, that was one of the reasons we really liked him last year and thought, boy, he could be pretty good. He fouls another one away. Now he's added strength and muscle. He is a really steady defender at short. He battled some leg issues early this year, and that impacted their defense early too. Now, Seaver King was a highlight reel at shortstop when he filled in. But man, Houston is just a really good player. Called strike 3. Boy, that was perfect for Mateus. 1 out.
I think for Seaver King, he was looking for something else, and you could see right away he knows the strike zone. As soon as that ball got thrown right out of Mateus' hand, he started just walking right back to that dugout.
Here is Nick Kurtz, 0 for 1. A walk, an intentional walk. Kurtz, the likely top 10 pick. First pitch is a strike on the outside corner, 0-1.
Tell you what, whatever team drafts him is going to be extremely happy. Strike zone discipline, doesn't swing and miss much, stays in the zone, walks a bunch.
Fouls it away.
Athletic, he could run, sneaky speed, and that's what people, you look at him at first base and you go, oh, he's a first baseman, he's big. No, he can run, he can put the feet down.
His first fall at Wake Forest, they actually played him in the outfield.
Yeah.
And he banged up his shoulder, and then they moved him to first base. Fouled away. He is somebody that Tom Walter has talked about as being unbelievably tough.
You're talking about a guy with a .533 on base percentage. That's ludicrous.
Outside, it's 1-2. Remember, he got off to a slow start this year. The walks have been there all season.
Yeah. It was tough for him because guys weren't pitching to him, and that's why he has the many walks as he has.
He also may have been pressing a little bit, it sounded like. I mean, there were high expectations on him. There have been high expectations on this Wake team all season.
I mean, they started off the season as the #1 team in the nation, and then just didn't really get off to a hot start, especially in ACC play.
They rolled through their non-con schedule.
I mean, you're talking about a guy that's up to bat right now with 72 base on balls.
I was entering today. He's at 74.
74 now.
He swings and fouls that one away. I mean, it's 74 walks, and it's, what, 38 strikeouts?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's almost 2-1. Like, if you have a 1-to-1, people
really
are talking
good
about you as a first rounder. I guess this makes you a super first rounder. 2-2. Kurtz in the air to left, back on it is Cook, still going back, reaching for the fence, makes the catch for out number 2. Also, he's very strong, and so he can hit a ball not very hard instead of the fence.
He can hit that one exit velo of 92 and still almost hit the top of the fence. A nice play out there by Cook. Get back to that wall and jumping and catching it.
2 outs, nobody on. Jack Winay, the batter, 4-0 Wake. Pitch to Winay, swing and a miss. Winay's hitting the fielder's choice, struck out swinging and skied to right. Winner of this game goes to the semifinals tomorrow against Florida State. 1-1. I'll have both of those games for you. And the finals will be on Sunday. The winner will get the automatic qualifier. We have 3 teams that have already qualified for the NCAA tournament. We'll tell you about that later. Gallagher, nice play to stay down on that one as he throws on Winay. And the inning is over, but Wake stretches the lead thanks to their catcher, Cameron Gill.
Oh, Cameron Gill, forget the bunt. How about a bat flip and a 2-run homer? Wake up 4-0.
tonight from Chase Burns. 6 shutout innings. 15 strikeouts. 1 off his season high. And the national leader in Ks with 184 on the year. 5 straight starts with 13 or more strikeouts. Let's put this in context. Last year, Paul Skeens, that's incredible. More 15 strikeout games than the rest of the ACC combined. We did one of those other ones. Gabe Zeal for Miami had a 15 strikeout performance, but the 184 strikeouts from Burns, to put into perspective, Paul Skeens led the nation in strikeouts last year. Remember, he made 2 starts in Omaha, right? So it's like, what, another 4 starts from now? He had 209. I mean, if they make it to super regionals, he's going to go way past Skeens at this rate.
And Skeens passed Ben McDonald, right? That's who he beat for LSU. He got the LSU record. I mean, 200. Wow, that's incredible.
Blake Morningstar is the new pitcher. Gavin Gallagher's had a good night at the plate. The freshman's been on base twice.
I believe he was the only one that Chase Burns did not strike out. He was the only one.
He had a walk and a single. Well, this is where things may get a little more dicey for Wake Forest. While their bullpen has seemed to throw strikes a little bit better as the years gone on, walks have been an issue for them. They are young, but they are very talented. Morningstar is part of that group. The freshman from Pennsylvania has fallen behind the number 8 hitter in the UNC lineup, 3-1.
Morningstar has a fastball, slider, changeup. Fastball will be between that 92 and 95 range.
3-1. Up and in, ball 4, and the leadoff man walks to start the UNC 7th.
And I don't see Tom Walters going too far. With guys not showing that he's over the plate with strikes, he's going to go right back to that bullpen. We already have somebody warming up.
It's how do you get the 6 outs leading to Cole Rowland? That's the real question. Cole Rowland, their closer, has been very good. Zach Johnston, another one of those key bullpen arms. And here's the number 9 hitter, Wilkerson. Very patient hitter. Takes inside, nearly got hit. It's 1-0. And that's going to send Gill out to the mound.
That's going to send everybody out to the mound.
And here's the problem here is if Morningstar is going to start putting runners on, then all of a sudden, the last thing you want to do is give free passes to the 8 and 9 hitters in the North Carolina order, and then you start getting into the big boys. Vance Honeycutt, Casey Cook, Parks Harber. I can spark a rally really quickly.
Very quickly. Put on some free passes, all of a sudden it's a 3-run homer, and you're looking at a 4-3 ball game. Makes it a little bit more dangerous. And we talked about how quickly this UNC lineup can score runs.
I don't know if you caught the coaching staff there. They just told Cameron Gill no more mound visits because they're running low on them. You're only allowed 6. But that was interesting. Corey Muscara looking at Gill and saying no more mound visits.
And you saw Tom Walters in the back too, giving the kill it no more.
Ixnay on the ound visit made. 2-0. No, speak Pig Latin.
I don't know what you just did. I mean, I got the gist of it, but no Pig Latin for me. You have to teach me that.
Boy, a lot to learn. And Corey Muscara is going to use one of those remaining mound visits. Johnston getting loose in the pen, and Ray getting loose in the pen for Wake.
Muscara's not happy right now. You could just see it. Take a deep breath.
Trying not to let the game speed up on Morningstar. This has got to be one of the biggest crowds he has ever pitched in front of. And listen, let's take some of what we're watching here, the competition, right? Wake's trying to win the championship. They want to be able to host. They want to be able to have the road to Omaha at least partially go through Winston-Salem. But getting the experience in front of these big, and in this case, a largely hostile crowd, has to be really important for them with these freshmen if they want to try and get to Omaha.
They really do, and they need this pitching staff to be able to do it. You need to be able to hold a Chase Burns outing like he had today, and all of a sudden not let the fans all of a sudden get the adrenaline pumping too much. There's pitchers that know how to pitch with adrenaline. Case in point, Chase Burns, he knows how to pitch with it. And then there's pitchers that really do need to work on trying to just calm down.
I think that was their 5th mound visit. I think that's what we just saw signaled, which means they would have 1 left before a pitching change that had to be made, and that one inside, it's 3-0.
Clear the mechanism. That's one of the great ones. 7 straight balls so far. Started off with 1 strike. No way you're swinging here.
Wilkerson takes a strike. It's 3-1.
I mean, I would even go on to say maybe even take on 3-1 at this point. Make him throw another strike before you swing the bat.
He does take, and it's back-to-back walks to start the 7th.
He's not going to be in there long.
He is not going to be in there any longer. He is going, it appears, to go get Ray. Right-hander to face Honeycutt. 10 pitches, 8 missing the zone for the freshman Morningstar. And this has been part of the issue for Wake Forest with their young relievers. Some nights they look unbelievable, and others they get into trouble. We'll tell you about the new pitcher for the Demon Deacons in a moment. North Carolina threatening down 4-0, bottom 7. Bank of America building, downtown Charlotte. You can see the Spectrum Center, home of the Charlotte Hornets franchise. Just down the street there, and you can see the ACC tournament titles all time. This is the 50th anniversary of this tournament. Clemson has won the most. Florida State, North Carolina, Wake, Duke, and Miami are the 5 that still have a chance here. Miami could double their total, and if you're going, how does Miami only have 1 ACC championship? See the last 5 to win? Because they were an independent for a long time. Still relatively new to the ACC. Tom Walter, Corey Muscara. Watching as their bullpen has struggled. Morningstar walked to pair, and now Ray is into the game to face the top of the order in Vance Honeycutt. Will Ray's first pitch is a strike, 0-1.
Well, Ray, he'll throw a sinker at you. He has a slider that he'll like to throw about 40% of the time. He'll throw a 4-seam fastball, 2 up in the zone. We'll throw the changeup. Fastball velocity about 88 to 91.
On the ground to third, that could be 2. No, instead, King's just going to run at the base runner for out number 1. What do you got on that one, Gabby?
I would like to see him try to throw that ball to second base. The only problem that you have is who's running down that first base line in Vance Honeycutt. So it's probably not going to be a double play anyways.
It's pretty heads-up base running by Galler.
Very smart by Galler, saying, well, I'm not going to let you just get this out.
That's going to be it. Zach Johnston's going to come in to face the left-handed hitting Casey Cook. So a third reliever of the inning. Ray did his job. The sinker ball getting the ground ball. But they only got 1 out of it, and now the dangerous Casey Cook at the plate, and he will face the lefty Zach Johnston. 1 out in the 7th, 2 on. Wake leading North Carolina 4-0 in the bottom of the 7th of the semis. And there's Danny Graves. Hey, Danny, can you tell us how many strikeouts Chase Burns had? 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15.
That's
producer Brian Ives looking at him and going, Oh, my goodness.
What a beauty.
4-0 Wake, bottom of the 7th inning. Zach Johnston facing Casey Cook. A big spot here. Wake trying to hang on to the lead. Burns fan 15 in 6 innings. The Wake's on their 3rd reliever of the inning, and this is just the 4th batter that's hit.
And for Zach Johnston, it's a sinker, a changeup, and a slider. That slider's that put-away pitch.
27 walks, 34 2/3 innings, and he's fallen behind Cook 3-0. And Parks Harber, who has mammoth power, is on deck.
Let's not forget about who's up to bat right now, who has massive power, too.
3-0 the count. Called strike. 3-1. Wake walked the fewest hitters in the country last year. They have just struggled to consistently be in the zone this year. 3-1 liner, center field. That's going to fall in front of Morales for a base hit. And now the bases are loaded with 1 out, and here comes the potential tying run.
Morales at center field does a really good job on this one. Cook hits it nice. All of a sudden, I'm going to catch it. It's a line drive. Just that alone right there held Wilkerson up. Now, I don't think he was going to be trying to score on that ball anyways, but just smart heads-up play out there.
This is the 10th plate appearance this year with the bases loaded for Parks Harber. He has 3 hits. Tying run at the plate. First pitch. Harber takes outside, 1-0. Parks Harber, 20 home runs. Johnston set. The pitch. Swing and a roller foul. It's 1-1. Thursday, Harber had 1 of the 6 homers for UNC. That one to right center, and that's where he has power. The 1-1 pitch. There's a strike, and it's 1-2. Gallagher at 3rd. Excuse me, Wilkerson at 3rd. Honeycutt at 2nd. Cook at 1st. Good speed on the bases. The pitch. Swinging a liner, foul.
Now, Johnston does have a very good ground ball percentage on every single one of his pitches. So he is a ground ball pitcher, especially where he's throwing that baseball from.
Ground ball, strikeout. He needs something here. UNC is hoping to get even. The pitch. Fouled away again.
You got to love Harber, too, working underneath that baseball, saying there's one thing I don't want to do, and that's hit a ground ball. You look at all of his pitches, he's basically a 65% ground ball pitcher on the mound. Johnson working underneath it. Oh, sorry, Harber working underneath.
Wake fans trying to encourage Johnson. That one fouled into the netting. That was out over the plate a little bit more. I mean, if Parks Harber gets something on the outer 3rd, it could be headed for that Gatorade ad in right center field. He is the tying run. 7th pitch of this at bat upcoming. The 1-2. Swinging a grounder to 3rd. Diving stop by King to 2nd for 1. On to 1st. An ill-advised throw by Tellier, but they get the out and a run scores. It's 4-1. Nice play by Seaver King, who may have saved an extra run by getting that stop in the out.
Seaver King coming up big. My goodness, what a play out of Tellier. Don't make that throw. Put that one in your back pocket. Get the out. Now there's 2. Last thing you want to do is throw that ball into the dugout and add an extra run.
King was giving some instructions to Johnston, but remember, they're down to 1 mound visit left for Wake, so he had to do it quickly and hustle back to his position. Here's D'Onofrio. 4-1 game. He takes a strike. It's 0-1.
Boy, Seaver, I mean, that's a huge play for Wake. And we've seen him make some spectacular plays all season long.
The 0-1. That one missed in the count 1-1 to D'Onofrio. D'Onofrio, a pair of home runs against Pitt yesterday. The 1-1. Swinging a liner, right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Coming home to score is Honeycutt. Harber to second. RBI single, Anthony D'Onofrio. It's 4-2.
Boy, lefty D'Onofrio gets a fastball in on the hands and just pulls those hands close and tight to his body, using the big part of the field. That's a huge hit. All of a sudden making this a 4-2 ball game. One swing of the bat here, and UNC could take the lead.
And here comes the freshman Luke Stevenson. 13 homers during the year for the freshman catcher. First pitch, down low, it's 1-0. Boy, as good as Burns was at getting ahead of hitters tonight, the bullpen has been falling consistently behind. 3 relievers in this inning. The set. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
When we talked to Forbes too a little bit earlier today before the ball game, he told us that he was going to stack more lefties together because of Burns and how good he is against righties. And he said, well, if they go to the bullpen, we're just going to have to deal with it. But the lefties are coming through.
The 1-1. Swinging a grounder back behind the bag. It hits the base into center field. It's a 4-3 game, and the tie run is at third.
Oh, baby, in baseball, sometimes you need a little luck. And boy, for UNC and for Stevenson, how about this one? Right off the base. Tellier right there behind it to make the play. Nope, goes over his head. First and third RBI single for Stevenson.
And Alex Madera will hit 1 for 3. First pitch in the dirt. This Carolina crowd coming alive.
Oh, you're starting to feel that energy. These fans are starting to get a little bit more rowdy.
Momentum feels like it is shifting and shifting. Oh, Wake Forest in the dirt. It's 2-0.
They've got their rally caps on.
Two balls and no strikes. The pitch. Called strike on the outside corner. It's 2-1. Forbes didn't look thrilled with that call as it may have eluded the edge. Johnston gets the call though. The pitch. Fouled away. It's 2-2. A couple of key pitches have gone against North Carolina hitters. And now 2 strikes on Madera. Tying run at third. 3 home for the Heels in this inning. The pitch. Called strike 3. Locked him up with a breaking ball, and Johnston strands the tying run at third. But Carolina's back in the game with a 3 spot. Finally breaking through with Burns out of the game. Wake leads 4-3 going to the 8th. Muy heck of a matchup tonight. Chase Burns, 15 strikeouts, 6 shutout innings. Adam Tellier, one of the 3 Wake Forest homers. That 2-run blast from Cameron Gill gave him a 4-0 lead, and here come the Heels. The baseball guys shining on him in a 3-run 7th, and we've got a 1-run game as we head to the 8th. The winner of this one heads to the ACC Tournament Semis against Florida State. First pitch to Jake Reinisch, fouled back. Here's the difference between the first 6 innings and the 7th inning for Carolina's offense. Now, what was the biggest difference between the first 6 and the 7th?
There
Gabby?
was something there. There was a pitcher on the mound. Oh yeah, Burns. Yeah, that's the biggest difference.
0-1 fouled away.
And that's the crazy part too, because when you see the stuff out of this Wake Forest bullpen, they've got some dudes who can throw. And all of a sudden that moment gets there. You got to be able to pitch in a crowd, especially if you're thinking about playing in Omaha.
Well, we talked about it at the time. Blake Morningstar walking the 8 and 9 hitters. For the top of that order was huge. Reinisch into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Leadoff man aboard for Wake here in the 8th.
And that's exactly what Wake needs right there. Something to try to shift that momentum back. Because right now, it went straight to that Carolina side.
And a pinch runner here. This will be Mitchell Salvino. Probably would have come in the game for defense at some point anyway. Salvino will replace Reinisch. They lose a little power in the lineup. With Reinisch out. They gain a better defender at speed, and Salvino can handle the bat all right. And here's Seaver King. Single his last trip. Great diving stop to save a run for a moment. In the last inning, and he scalds one to center. Honeycutt on his horse. Leaps. He got it. Holy cow, did he make that play? The 2-time ACC Defensive Player of the Year just showed out and took away extra bases from Seaver King.
What a play. Misplays it a little bit. He came in on it. But then he makes up for it in speed and agility. My goodness.
Game, respect, game right there. 1 out. Here's Tellier. Swings and misses at the first pitch. For Mateus, it's 0-1. Last 2 years, Vance Honeycutt has been voted as the best defender in the league. Defensive run saved from 643 charts agrees. One of the most valuable defenders in the country. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. I mean, Honeycutt, power, speed, defense are probably going to be enough to get him taken in the first round. Even with some concerns about the swing and miss, the other 3 aspects of the game should add arm to it.
Well, he showed off his arm on that one too, and you're completely right. The only big hit on him is that swing and miss, and whether a team believes that they can go ahead and be able to stop that by just tweaking things in his swing, getting him to be in the zone a little bit more. But you're talking about a guy who's a 5-tool player. There's power in the bat, there's speed, the agility, game smart, where he knows how to play, the angles that he takes in center field. There's a reason why he's back-to-back Defensive Player of the Year.
Trying to hold up, he went around. Tellier down on strikes, 2 outs. If Carolina comes back and wins this game, that catch by Honeycutt may end up being the play of the night.
Well, I mean, it was a defensive saved run, and how about this? He leads all center fielders in the country with 14.2 defensive runs saved. The next closest is 17.9, or sorry, 7.9.
So he's twice as good.
Twice as good as the second best center fielder in the country.
So can I? Well, actually, I mean, it may have been a literal defensive run save, but that's not how the statistic works.
Well, I mean.
It's okay to say, just stop it, Farron. It was a great play. You can say that.
No, then I take away what's good about you.
What is good about me?
A lot of things. You know your numbers, you know your statistics, you know the game. I'm taking that away.
It's all right. It's okay. Just say, hey, nerd, watch the game sometime, will you?
Hey, just say it was a good play. Enough is enough.
It was a heck of a play. It was an unbelievable play. It's man at first for Morales. A 1-1 upstairs. Morales is 0 for 3. Tate Ballestero is Graham DeMatton is in the on-deck circle. And there's action in the Wake Forest pen. That one high, and the count 3-1. Reinisch led off with a single. Pinch runner Salvino still at first. There's Ballestero, veteran backstop. And there's Salvino getting his lead. 3-1 the count to Morales. The pitch. Swinging a foul, and now the count is full. And with that, Salvino will be running. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Wake batting to up a run in the 8th. Mateus set. Runner goes. Foul back. Tell you what, this Morales kid who moved into the lineup late in the season for Wake puts together some really good at-bats.
Yeah, he really does. It makes pitchers work. Makes them throw a lot of pitches.
Tom Walter's been trying to find the right mix in center and left field. He's the go-to now. Salvino runs. Morales fouls another one out of play. And he is making Mateus work. And he's letting Salvino get loose before he has to go play defense, too. Sangster hitting over 300 with 2 outs. 3-2 again. Fouled away again. This next pitch will be the 9th of this at bat.
Oh, you gotta love this battle right now.
Pickoff throw this time, and Salvino drives back. Sure, why not try and freeze the kid a little bit?
Salvino's saying, okay, I'm warm. I'm good. No more. I was cold. I loosened up already. We're good.
Did somebody get him a towel so he can wave the white flag? Goes again. 3-2 swing and a miss. Morales down on strikes. And the inning is over. Vance Honeycutt may have literally saved a run with his defense. What a grab by the center fielder. 4-3, Wake leads Carolina. Go to the bottom of the 8th. Here tonight, enjoying this action, North Carolina and Wake Forest doing battle in a 1-run game. The winner goes to the semifinals tomorrow against Florida State. Had a great crowd tonight. They've been treated to an outstanding baseball game with some sensational performances. And here is Cole Rowland, the Wake Forest closer, the transfer from Dartmouth, is coming on in the 8th inning tonight. Tom Walter not messing around.
No. Tom Walter says enough is enough. I'm going to go with my guy who throws the curveball, the changeup, the slider. He'll throw the fastball. I mean, he is really good with his off-speed pitches. He doesn't walk guys, which is what we've seen that's gotten Wake in trouble. 22 strikeouts to 2 base on balls.
Rowland will face the bottom third of the North Carolina order here in the 8th. Ozuna, Gallagher, and Wilkerson. And it's pretty important to not put any runners on, because when you start getting into Honeycutt and Cook and the real heavy hitters in the Carolina lineup. Now, Ozuna has power. 14 homers on the year. First pitch. Outside. It's 1-0.
Last time Cole Rowland came into this ball game, first game of this tournament, he was subdued, not really animated. It's going to be a different story here today against this UNC team.
The 1-0. There must be something about these Ivy League relievers that transfer to the ACC, because between Rowland and Charlie Bielenson at Duke, we certainly get guys that really enjoy being entertainers on the field. 2-0. That misses. It's 3-0 to Ozuna. Walks plagued Wake in the last inning. The first 2 reaching. Rowland's in there to try and shut this game down. The pitch. Ball 4 low, and the tying run is aboard in the 8th.
And that's something that you do not see out of Cole Rowland. That's just his 3rd walk of the season.
Rowland missed about half the season with injury. Oh, and he's frustrated the way he fired that ball back in. He is upset with himself. And they're going to get a pinch runner here for Ozuna. No, we're going to get an offensive timeout for North Carolina. And Ozuna, Gallagher, Scott Forbes, meeting with Jesse Wozbicki, the hitting coach. Oh, we got the rally caps. Is that a
hippo?
The rally hippo?
What is this?
Shenanigans. That's what this is.
It's having fun. I'm guessing it's a hippo. You tell me.
That's a hippo.
That's a hippo.
That's a hippo. I know a hippo when I see one. That's the best part of college baseball, is everybody's having a good time. Jackson Vanderbrake, senior, who was the starting 3rd baseman for most of the year for North Carolina, is going to be the pinch runner at first for Ozuna. Gavin Gallagher, the starting 3rd baseman, now will hit. 1-run game. 3rd baseman King ready to pounce. Coming in. First pitch, butted foul. It's 0-1. Vanderbrake 5 for 5 in stolen base attempts this season. But it looks like they're content to try and let Gallagher push him up. Now, this is a guy who's walked twice and had a single today. He's got a very good idea of the strike zone. The freshman's going to be asked to try and get the tying run into scoring position. King creeping in a little further at 3rd. He squares, and he bunts to first, and foul, and it's 0-2. 0-2 the count. Last time we saw this happen, Cameron Gill, who failed to get the bunt down, hit a 2-run homer to extend Wake's lead. There's Gill. Gallagher with half a dozen home runs. The son of a former Wake Forest player waits. A long hold from Roland. And the 0-2. Swinging a foul back. Boy, that was really good use of the pitch timer by Roland. I don't know how Gallagher was able to stay focused for that long.
That's tough. When you're going up against a pitcher and he just kind of holds you to sleep and doesn't let you get your timing going.
Gallagher back in the box.
Got to just stay off the ground here.
King guarding the line at third. Infield double play depth up the middle. A throw over to first. Diving back is Vanderberg.
Right now, if you're Gallagher, you're trying to look for something that you can just drive to the outfield. Do not want to hit this ball in the ground.
Tonight's action has lived up to the hype. It has been a great ball game. Carolina down a run with the tying run aboard here in the 8th. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Roland got him on a breaking ball, 1 out.
I'm actually okay with that swing there. You don't want to just put the ball in play. You want to swing hard. You want to still drive something. If you strike out, sometimes it's okay, especially with a guy like Cole Roland on the mound. He's going to throw you the slider. It's a good pitch to hit. But I'm glad he wasn't just trying to make contact, try to drive it still.
Colby Wilkerson, the shortstop bats, the switch hitter. Only 2 home runs on the year. King playing at the cut of the grass at third. The pitch, swing and a miss. Oh, that was nasty again. Well, Roland's breaking ball just goes straight down.
He gets on top of the pitches so well. The slider, the changeup.
Wilkerson drew a key walk in the 7th inning. He punched out twice against Chase Burns. Burns fanned 15 in 6 shutout innings. Carolina rallied with 3 in the 7th. They're down a run. There's a strike. Nothing in 2.
He's going to throw that changeup a whole bunch to lefties. A couple reasons why. He gets a lot of ground balls with the changeup. Also will get ground balls with the fastball, but the changeup is a pitch that he utilizes the most against left-handed hitters.
0-2 the count. The pitch. On the ground to the right side. The second baseman Tellier has it. Will get the out at first. 2 gone. But the tying run moves into scoring position. And Vance Honeycutt is coming to the plate.
This is where you want to go mano to mano. Vance Honeycutt versus Cole Roland in a situation where a base hit can tie this ball game up.
Earlier this year, Honeycutt in a similar spot hit a game-changing home run against East Carolina. A game that was started by Trey Yesavage that Yesavage had dominated. A homer in the bottom of the 8th to win the game for North Carolina 2-1. He takes in the dirt 1-0. No player has hit more home runs in North Carolina history than Honeycutt.
Another good thing in this situation is how Honeycutt has done with 2 outs, batting .367.
Seaver King is going to call time here.
That's it.
That'll be their last mound visit. And I wonder what happened that King had to call that. That was. I wonder if he got a signal from the bench or something.
I don't know. I don't think the bench was happy that he just did that. I mean, that's it. You can't go out anymore.
If you do, you have to remove the pitcher.
And you're not going to remove him at this point.
I mean, that's what happened in Omaha last year with Florida. They had to take Brandon Neely, their ace reliever, out. The 1-0 in the dirt. What a stop by Gill. 2-0. He has been very active behind the plate tonight. Gill has been criticized for his defense a bit this year, but he has looked excellent tonight.
He's definitely looked very, very good. I mean, those are tough pitches to block. He's still keeping them in front. Ball's not bouncing off. Softened up right in front of him.
2-0 the count. A big pitch to Honeycutt. Swinging a high fly ball. Deep right center field. Towards the fence. It's off the wall. The game is tied on a 2-out double from Vance Honeycutt.
And Vance Honeycutt comes up huge. Gets a changeup. It's up in the zone. And boy, he delivers. This ball was 114.2 miles an hour off the bat. I don't know how it didn't get out of here. The only reason why, it was just too low. But boy, he delivered a huge hit.
Carolina has erased a 4-0 deficit. They have tied the game. And now the go-ahead run is in scoring position. And their best hitter, Casey Cook, is at the plate. He takes upstairs 1-0. The relentless Carolina offense has rallied against this Wake Forest bullpen. There is a huge gap in left center field. The pitch. Cook takes down and in. It's 2-0. I wonder, Gabby, if they consider just putting Cook on here and taking your chances with the right-handed hitting Harber. It doesn't look like they're going to. This is a big pitch. Down low, it's 3-0. They certainly don't look like they want to give him anything too good to hit, though.
No, they're just trying to see if he'll go ahead and chase. You talked about Gill being really good. It looks like they might. Are they going to put him on now? No. Looks like Gill's been doing good behind the plate, so they say, hey, we'll take our chances and see if Cook will just chase one of these.
3-0. There's a strike. It's 3-1. I mean, that 90 feet between second and third doesn't mean a ton here with 2 outs, right? I mean, you don't want to have a guy at third necessarily for what you talked about, a ball getting by, but the 3-1. Upstairs, ball 4. Cook walks. And that'll bring up Parks Harber.
Does he have to take him out here?
Maybe that was 5, and he only has, and this is the last one. He did look at the dugout, so we may have been off by 1. Again, there's no place to show where.
Yeah, we don't see that.
It is. We're trying to keep track. So that, we'll wait to see what our home plate umpire Adam Dowdy says.
Well, I think that they would have already gone and told him.
Parks Harber is a scheduled hitter.
Look at the Carolina dugout trying to get the crowd into this one. Trying to get them standing. Talking with the crowd. Stand up, get up.
Dowdy and Vizcarra. And Vizcarra saying that's 6. That's the number. So we were off by 1. Yep, no more visits.
Yeah, umpire just finished coming up here and saying it. No more.
Go ahead run in scoring position with 2 outs for Harber. Harber, who knocked in more than 100 runs in 2 years as a starter at Georgia, with nearly 60 on this season. A base hit here would give Carolina the lead in the 8th. First pitch up and in. It's 1-0.
And you'd have to think that if you're Parks Harber, are you just going to go ahead and just say, I'm going to sit on the changeup? He likes to throw it, likes to throw it to righties. That's the pitch he'll throw the most. Do I sit on it and attack?
The 1-0. Called strike on the outside corner. It's 1-1. Roland has walked as many hitters tonight as he had through his first 14 appearances this season. 1-1. The pitch. Called strike 2.
And it just keeps going back to that changeup. It's a good one. Almost looks like a breaking ball the way it comes out of the hand.
Harber waggling the bat as he waits. Honeycutt with great speed at second. The 1-2. Foul back. Ooh, that was up. Maybe a little higher than Harber wanted it, but Scott Forbes at third.
If I'm rolling here, I'm throwing a heater up in the zone. I'm not going to go back to that changeup. I'm going to throw the fastball. Got to change velocity.
1-2. The pitch. Liner, center field. Coming on, Morales can't get there. Carolina leads.
And Roland went back to the well. One too many times. Throws the changeup. This time, Harber's able to stay on it. Line drive to center field. Vance Honeycutt comes home to score easily.
Parks Harber delivering a 2-out RBI single, and Carolina has come back from a 4-0 deficit. They lead Wake Forest 5-4. And the big man is fired up, and that'll be it for Cole Rowland. A new pitcher coming in for Wake, with Carolina leading 5-4 in the 8th. This has lived up to the hype tonight. Chase Burns, 15 strikeouts, 6 shutout innings. Here's what's happened in the last inning and 2/3. 9 base runners for Carolina. And 5 runs as they've come back to take a 5-4 lead. Gabby Sanchez, Mike Farron, and man, has this been a dandy. And this has been Wake Forest season. Dominant starting pitching, but the bullpen has been shaky all along.
I mean, the big thing that you look at there are the 4-3 passes. That's been the issue.
Joe Arriola is on to face Anthony D'Onofrio.
And falling behind again. You're talking about a Wake Forest bullpen that we saw last year, and they were, lights out. This year, they've got arms, they've got good guys, but you can't just fall behind consistently to really good hitters.
Swing and a miss. Oh, a good fastball there. It's 1-1. Last year it was Roland and Massey and Camden Manassi. Manassi was drafted. Massey's been in the rotation. Roland missed about half the year, but even him coming back hasn't helped to stabilize things. And tonight, the free pass is an issue. 4 walks. And Parks Harber delivering a go-ahead base hit here in the last of the 8th.
2 of those free passes ended up coming in to score.
Called strike 3, and the inning is over. But Wake scores 2 more, and they take the lead. Carolina with 2 in this inning. They've erased a 4-0 deficit. Parks Harber with the go-ahead base hit. We head to the 9th, 5-4 Carolina. A comeback for Carolina, down 4-0. They got the breaks, and the defensive player of the year got a great jump, potentially saving a run. And Dalton Pence, Matthew Mateus have done the job. Honeycutt, the game-time double. Parks Harber, the go-ahead base hit with 2 outs in the 8th inning to give Carolina the lead. And Tate Ballesteros is the pinch hitter. He takes a strike. And now Matty Mateus 3 outs away from pitching Carolina into the semis. Carolina's ace reliever bounces that one up there, 1-1. Ballesteros, senior catcher, had a hit as a pinch hitter on Wednesday. Wake needs a base runner. Swing and a miss. Here's what's happened after 7 innings. Wake was 29-1 this season, despite their bullpen struggles. Carolina hadn't won a single game when trailing after 7. Still haven't yet. They need 3 outs. And it's 8-9-1 in the order here. Ballestero, Cameron Gill, who homered earlier, is on deck. And at the top of the order with Marek Houston. And if anyone reaches, Nick Kurtz will come to the plate. And that's Wake's hope. That just missed. 2-2.
Wow.
I will say that there are some pitches that have been called strikes tonight that were further away from the plate. 2-2. Swinging a drive down the right field line, but hooking and going foul.
It looked like Ballestero there may have even thought that it was a strike as he turned around. Honeycutt couldn't believe it.
Vance Honeycutt, game-tying double, game-saving defensive play. 2-2. Called strike 3. 1 out in the 9th. Here's Cameron Gill back in the 7th. He doubled Wake Forest lead with this blast.
They asked him to bunt, couldn't get it down. He said, how about I get this one down instead on top of the pavilion.
2 homers in 2 games in this tournament, doubling his total this year. First pitch to the Wofford transfer is low, 1-0.
And right now, if you're Wake, you need to just get Kurtz up. That's what you want. That's the guy that you want at the plate.
You need a base runner for that to happen. Outside, 2-0, I should say, for the potential for that to happen, as long as you don't get a double play at this point.
Right.
Marek Houston, who's homered in both games in this tournament, is also lurking in the on-deck circle. 2-0 the count to Gill. There's Kurtz waiting, hoping to get a chance. Strike on the corner. It's 2-1. Carolina 5, Wake 4. Two 1. Tried to check his swing. He went around. Doug Vines, our first base umpire, said he went. It's 2-2.
That slider is just really good right now. Definitely went through the zone. I don't know what you call this, but
I think he's into this game. He ball in the dirt and the count is full. It's kind of like putting the whammy on.
Got the 2 fingers going.
The tank top helps to sell it. 3-2 the count, 1 out. Carolina leads by a run. Upstairs, ball 4, Gill walks. And now the tying run is aboard, and I would expect we will probably see Cam Nelson come out of that dugout to pinch run. It is the freshman center fielder who will run for Gill. Tying run at first. And here's Marek Houston. Mateus has allowed just 2 base runners, and Scott Forbes is going to head to the mound. There's action in the Carolina pen. Mateus is approaching 50 pitches.
I could hear, I could read that lips, and he said, where was that last pitch?
Forbes coming out. Matt Poston getting loose. The senior right-hander waiting for the official call of the pen. And there's the call. What a job by Mateus. 9 hitters, just 2 of them reached, 3 strikeouts for the sophomore right-hander. He helped Carolina get back in this game, but Wake has the tying run aboard in the top of the 9th, trailing 5-4. Here's what they're playing for tonight. A chance to face Florida State in the early game tomorrow of the ACC Tournament Semifinals. Wake also needing a win to try and keep their hosting possibilities alive. As you see, Manny Mateus, 2 1/3 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts for him. He's responsible for the man at first. Duke and Miami will be the late game tomorrow. Miami needs to win this tournament to get in.
With Matt Poston on the mound, 42 strikeouts in 30 1/3 innings. Why this man is on the mound at this moment, at this time. It's a good fastball splitter combo. Fastball in the 93 to 95 range. A lot of guys are whiffing on that fastball.
Marek Houston hits a homer and a double today. Not a guy that's going to chase very much. He's 2 for 4. First pitch upstairs, 1-0.
And that's where Poston likes to throw it. Since he does have that split finger, he'll throw it up there and then try to tunnel the split finger on that same location.
Cam Nelson, the pinch runner at first, is the tying run. 1-0 popped up on the infield. It's the third baseman making the play, Gallagher, and that's a big second out.
It's going to come down to this.
Would you want it any other way?
No, I would not. Power versus power.
Carolina 5, Wake 4, tying run at first. Wake's leading home run hitter, the first team All-ACC first baseman, Nick Kurtz will bat. First pitch, upstairs, it's 1-0.
And how about that for Poston? You think he got a little extra juice? 97 miles an hour on that fastball?
Kurtz today, 2 walks, a ground out to short, and a fly out to deep left field. Shift on, pitch. Down low, it's 2-0. Kurtz looks so calm in this spot, but he knows what's on the line. 2-0. Nelson a modest lead. Down low, it's 3-0. Three balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Tying run at first, top 9. There's a strike, it's 3-1.
I was just about to say, I mean, it's a crazy thought process, but just walk them and then just get to Winay. I mean, it's not the craziest thing to think of, putting a guy in scoring position.
3-1, he takes a strike. He went to the splitter, 3-1.
Went to the splitter, and guess what? I would probably be going to the splitter on 3-2 here too.
Nelson will be on the move. 2 outs, 2 strikes, 3 balls. Down a run, the pitch. Foul back.
97 miles an hour up and in.
Is this great or what?
Oh, this is fun baseball.
One of the best relievers in the ACC against one of the best hitters in the league. The 3-2. Swinging a fly ball. Deep. Right center field. It'll split the gap and go all the way to the wall. Nelson scores. Nick
That man is going to be a top 10 pick in the MLB draft. Takes a 97-mile-an-hour fastball in on the hands and drives it to right center field in a huge moment.
Kurtz, first hit of the night, and now here's Jack Winay, who takes inside and 1-0. Here's Cam Nelson scoring, and the Wake bench going crazy. Popped up foul and out of play.
Wow. 3-2, runners moving.
You know, we very rarely get games that are hyped up that live up to expectations. Tonight may have exceeded it. This has been incredible. What a ball game. Upstairs, 2-1. Remember, Wake got swept at home by Carolina earlier this year. Jack Winay hit 20 home runs during the regular campaign, and he taps that one foul. It's 2-2. Well, the outfield is very deep. I would think, Debbie, based on where they're playing, any base hit should score Kurtz, right?
Because you're not supposed to be playing no doubles in this situation. Cook can offer it way deep.
2-2 outside, and the count is full.
I mean, here in this ballpark, if it's getting over your head, it's either going to be a home run or off that wall. But if this ball gets hit anywhere on the ground in between this infield, we talked about Kurtz, he can run.
Swinging a pop-up foul and out of play. Mitchell Salvino had entered the game for Jake Reinisch as a pinch runner, but it's Javar Williams, the freshman, that's in the on-deck circle. So if Winay keeps it going, it'll be Williams. The pitch. Swinging a high fly ball foul, and that one will get out of play as well. 5-5, top of the ninth. Kurtz with a healthy lead at second. Big hole in the right side. The payoff to Winay. Swing and a miss. Poston fans him. Inning over. But Nick Kurtz ties the game in the ninth. 2 outs, 3-2 pitch. We head to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 5. Look who's upset-minded. It's the Canes. They get ready to take on Duke in the semis tomorrow night. Yes, you, Charlie Bielenson, you're going to be called on. The Duke Blue Devils 2-0. The Miami Hurricanes 2-0. Their freshman sensation Daniel Cuvée. Zach Morris has got 3 homers and 9 runs knocked in for Duke. Winner goes to the finals tomorrow night. Miami needs to win this tournament to make it to the NCAAs. Duke, if they end up winning, could host. There's a chance that you could have Duke, North Carolina,
Clemson.
Well, Duke, North Carolina, and NC State all hosting in the Triangle. Think about that. That would be pretty incredible. East Carolina probably will host. That's in Greenville. It's been a great year for baseball in the Carolinas. Bottom of the ninth inning, 5-5 game. Joe Arriola back to work. The lefty got out of the 8th, and he will face Luke Stevenson, the freshman catcher. First pitch. Strike. It's 0-1. If you're just joining us, where have you been? You literally didn't have anything better to do on a Friday night. Wake used 3 homers and 15 strikeouts in 6 shutout innings to run out to a 4-0 lead. Carolina with 3 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and Wake ties it with 2 outs in the 9th on a Nick Kurtz double. I count 1 and 2 on the freshman Stevenson. I mean, we've had everything in this game. Weird plays, great defense.
Pitcher striking out 15.
1-2. Ooh, that just missed. 2-2. That was the same spot that they wanted to call in the last half inning, so at least there's consistency there. And Adam Dowdy, our home plate umpire. 2-2. Time is called as a ball got loose from the bullpen. The pitch. Missed low, and the count's full to Stevenson. Carolina's hype man still working. The payoff. Hit into the shift. That's Tellier in shallow right. A strong throw to first, and the leadoff man gone in the 9th. One out for Madera. Alex Madera 1 for 4, 3 strikeouts. That's a rarity for him. Madera walked more than he struck out all season. Takes it outside. It's 1-0. Remember, Alberto Ozuna is out of the game. The power hitting DH was pinch run for. So it's the veteran Jackson Vanderbrink in the on-deck circle for Carolina. Called strike. 1-2.
Go with the curveball here.
He did.
It's a good one.
His fastball's been pretty good tonight, too. It's been in the zone.
96,
yep.
95, 96 miles an hour. Huge, big 12-6er. Can go back to it again. He can also elevate with the heater here.
2-2. Called strike 3. He just locked him up. As that one clipped the top of the zone, 2 outs. Second strikeout for Arriola.
Nothing you could do. You could just see Madera's legs. Look, once they buckle, you got no chance to pull the trigger. I did have a hitting coach one day say, hey, when your knees buckle, you want to swing. I said, that's impossible. I don't know how anybody could do that.
Jackson Vanderbrink hits, average under 200, 1 homer this year. Strike. Vanderbrink was the third baseman for most of last year for North Carolina. Transfer from Tacoma Community College. Takes strike 2.
Arriola's throwing that breaking ball up, too. I mean, it's in the top of the zone. Those are strikes.
He's feeling it, though.
Yeah, he is.
0-2 the count to Vanderbrink. Pitch. Fouled at the plate. If there is a tap, Salvino, King, Tellier, 3 right-handed hitters scheduled, though may say Javar Williams hit for Salvino. 0-2 upstairs. 1-2. hurt, trying to get him to chase.
Well, that's a good take by Vanderbilt. I feel like he knew the curveball was coming there, especially after that fastball up in the zone.
He tries to lock him up with one in the zone here. Oh, goes the fastball and he blew him away. A 1-2-3 ninth for Arriola. We head to the 10th, tied at 5.
Heck of a game. Carolina ends up taking the lead in the 8th. Great play by Honeycutt. Harber with the big hit, but it came to the top of the 9th, and it was a huge hit by Nick Kurtz to send this game to the bottom of the 9th, and now we're in extra innings. What a game we've had so far today. We've had everything. We've had a pitcher strike out 15. We've had a comeback by Carolina. Takes the lead. Wake Forest then ties it up.
Javar Williams is the pinch hitter for Wake Forest, as he leads off the 10th. As Gabby told you, it's a tie game. First pitch misses outside. It's 1-0. Williams, one of the top Wake hitters. In fact, hit leadoff for a while for them early in the season, but the freshman struggled down the stretch. He's got a pretty good idea of the strike zone. And he's ahead in the count here, 2-0 on Poston. Outside, it's 3-0 to Williams. Wake tied the game with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning on a double from Nick Kurtz. And Williams takes a strike. It's 3-1. Upstairs, ball 4, and the leadoff man aboard in the Wake 10th.
Oh, that's a big AB by Williams there. I don't think that you're going to be punting here with Seaver King.
Probably not. Unless King were to try and find a way to bunt for a hit, but you can see that.
They're playing corners in. Well, now
back up
starts to move back a little bit.
King with a single, but he's kind of built for these moments. Takes low, 1-0. King, the transfer from Wingate, really jumped on the scouting radar last summer on Team USA. Incredible baseball instincts, and he has a flair for big spots. He bounces that one back toward the middle. Gloved at second, Madeira to first, a double play. Jared Wilkerson laughing as he had to dodge the base runner, the umpire, and the runner, and the shortstop, excuse me.
He had to dodge everybody on this play. Madeira, though, coming up, and I like the decision to not flip it. You would not have turned the double play if he would have gotten that ball and flipped it to Wilkerson. Smart play of just getting it, throwing it right off the base.
2 outs. Nobody on. Adam Tellier homered earlier in this game. Poston wants to talk to Stevenson. This was all the way back in the 4th inning. He made it 2-0 Wake Forest. A line shot from Tellier. One of 3 Wake Forest homers. Pitch misses low and away. It's 1-0. trying to check his swing. He went around. It's 1-1. Two righties getting loose in the Wake Forest pen. A righty throwing in the North Carolina pen. Called strike. 1-2. Pitch upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Tellier. And the count goes full. To the count, 2 outs, 5-5 game. Tellier swings and misses, a foul tip into the glove of Stevenson, and the inning is over. Poston works around the leadoff walk. Vance Honeycutt due third in the 10th. Carolina and Wake tied at 5. Charlotte, North Carolina. You can see the NASCAR building, NASCAR Hall of Fame not far from there. Big weekend here. That was the Coca-Cola 600, always on Memorial Day weekend, and we have a big night here at the ACC tournament. Winner goes to the semis, 5-5 our score, bottom of the 10th. Gabby Sanchez, Mike Farron, you having fun? I'm having fun.
I'm having a blast. What a game. I mean, this has to be one of the best ones that we've called together. The back and forth action. We've had everything.
I mean, Wake's hit 3 home runs, had a 4-0 lead, and their starter punched out 15 in 6 shutout innings, and yet they had to get a 2-out, 2-strike double in the top of the 9th to tie it.
To get us where we're at right now.
That guy wasn't even a Demon Deacon. He was barely a deacon. He was when this game started. He was just a fellow, I think. Josh Gunther is on. Big strikeout numbers for him. He will face 8-9-1. Javar Williams stays in the game to play right field after pinch hitting. First pitch to Gallagher, the freshman, skies it down the right field line. Williams over and well out of play. It's 0-1. That's a freshman because he's still got energy in the 10th inning. Hustling after that one in the 6th row. Gallagher tonight on base 3 times, struck out in the 8th. That after trying to lay down a potential sacrifice. Upstairs, it's 1-1. The bottom of the order has been key for Carolina in starting rallies.
They have. They've been getting themselves on base. You look at what Gallagher's done today. He walked in that 2nd inning, got a base hit, walked again, been on base 3 times. It's because what you have in the top of the lineup. So when you're able to get on in that bottom and you're able to let your top of the lineup get some chances with guys on base, that's why they were able to score those runs there in that 7th and 8th inning.
2-1 the count to Gallagher. Upstairs, 3-1. What's on the line is a trip to the semifinals against Florida State tomorrow afternoon. The ancillary part for Wake is if they can win this tournament because they have an RPI that's in the top 10, they may end up hosting, but they probably need to win it to do that. They finished 15-15 in conference, and Gunther has walked the leadoff man here in the 10th. That's the 4th time Gallagher's been on base, and he walks for the 3rd time today. And here's Wilkerson. And Vance Honeycutt is lurking on deck.
Now here's the situation that you have with your UNC and your Forbes, right? If I bunt, more than likely they're going to walk Honeycutt, but that's okay. Are they?
Because Casey Cook's behind him.
That's right. I was going to say that's okay because you have Cook behind.
Wilkerson bunts, fouled away.
The only reason why I would say to walk him is so you have a double play in order.
Okay, I can see that, but also if you're trying to get outs, Honeycutt does have a tendency to strike out.
He does, but then he also has a tendency to get that big hit like he did in that 8th inning to tie that ball game up.
A rocket double. He scored the go-ahead run in that inning before Wake tied it in the top of the 9th. Winning run at first. Wilkerson bunts in the air, caught by Gunther, 1 out.
Oh, they've had trouble getting that bunt down, both teams today.
And here is Vance Honeycutt. 8th inning, Cole rolling on the mound. And he tied the game with a bullet to center field. The UNC star won the most outstanding player at this tournament 2 years ago. He was scratched yesterday because of back spasms. They're back in there today, and he takes the ball outside. They're giving him a mound visit here in extra innings, and so Corey Muscara is going to use it. The Wake Forest catcher, Jacob Burley, double-checked at home plate to make sure that they had one to use. That's been a subplot here for Wake Forest, who has had a number of visits either by Muscara or by their catchers and infielders tonight. Muscara just pleading, it looks like, with Gunther.
Got to be able to execute, especially late in the game. Got to get the bunts down.
It's been a long day. Oh, no. There's a strike. It's a 1-1. If this thing goes 15, we're taking our shirts off.
I'm in. Don't tempt me with a good time.
Here's the 1-1. Foul back, right overhead. Gabby had a beat on it.
If the ball gets in here, that would be the most amazing foul ball ever.
1-2 the count, 1 out, winning run at first, bottom of the 10th inning. Honeycutt at the plate. The pitch. Swinging a high fly ball deep to center field, tracking it and making the catch. They're out number 2 is the center fielder Morales. Honeycutt didn't miss it by much.
No, and he got a good pitch to hit over the heart of the plate. Just got jammed just a bit. Honeycutt knows it too.
Casey Cook tonight, a double, a single, a walk in 5 plate appearances. The All-ACC performer has the winning run at first. The first pitch in the dirt. Oh, what a good job by the catcher. Burley. It's 1-0.
Boy, Burley coming into this ball game, that is a tough stop. Keeping the runner at first. And here's the problem too. I'm not sending anybody. I'm letting Casey Cook swing the bat here.
Pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt again, and another one that Burley flings the helmet away. And it's 2-0.
Galler is 5 for 5 in stolen bases at first, but I'm not taking the bat away from Cook. He can hit something in the gap. Galler can score from first.
Burley, a transfer from Brown. Cook takes. It's 3-0. I mean, Would you rather face Parks Harber here?
I don't want to face any of these guys who are coming up right now, especially with a guy in scoring position.
3-0. Upstairs, ball 4.
Well, you got to remember that Parks Harber in his last AB put UNC on top with the base hit. He has a chance to do it again here and win this ball game.
2 walks from Gunther. The winning run now in scoring position. As Gabby mentioned, Harber delivered that go-ahead base hit in the 8th. The winning run is now at second.
Yeah, winning run at second base, and look at where Wake is playing that outfield.
They're very deep.
Very deep.
First pitch. There's a strike, 0-1. The only thing I can think is that maybe in left field where Winay is, that's more shallow than we realize, because it is shallow to left.
But if the ball goes over your head, the game's over anyways. So that's what the thought process has to be. You can play in more and then worry about working back. I think he's just too far.
The 0-1. Harber takes a strike. It's 0-2. There you say Winay. The left field fence looming behind it. 0-2 the count. The pitch. Swinging a fly ball. Center field. Morales back. Still going back to the warning track. He makes the catch. And the inning is over. Harber gave it a ride. And Wake survives the 10th. Josh Gunther fired up as we're tied at 5 heading to the 11th. Charlotte, North Carolina, Truist Field, the home of the ACC Baseball Championship. AAA home of the Charlotte Knights, the White Sox top affiliate. We have had a great ball game tonight. 5-5, top of the 11th. Winner goes to the semifinals, wins Pool A. Some nervous Wake Forest fans here. You know, at this point, listen, both teams care about getting to the semis. Obviously, we talked about what some of the bigger picture stuff for Wake is as Bennett Peterson comes on. But man, right now, both these teams, they don't care about anything other than winning this ball game, because this has just been, I mean, we've been treated to an outstanding game tonight.
And with Peterson on the mound, it's going to be a fastball, curveball, cutter mix. He'll mix in a splitter and a slider every once in a while, but it's the curveball that's really good. Has a big chase rate of 35%.
First pitch to Morales. The center fielder takes high. It's 1-0. 7, 8, and 9 for Wake Forest. Morales, Ballestero, and Burley, the scheduled hitters. There's a strike. Count 1-1. Check his swing. He held up. June. Delivery tapped in front of the plate. Stevenson has it. He fires to first. Leadoff man gone. That was a first baseman sitting next to me who was holding his breath on that throw into the runner.
Oh, those are so tough. He did it right, though, the way that he was able to go to his backside and then spin away from the runner. The last thing you want to do is leave your arm in there. Stevenson comes up, grabs it barehand, fires over. Look where this ball is, right up the lane, and oh, boy.
Out here's Ballestero.
I've seen too many bad injuries that way.
Yeah, that's a wrists and elbows and shoulders for first baseman. It's a dangerous play.
I remember Albert Pujols breaking his elbow on some play like that.
Derek Lee. First pitch upstairs to Tate Ballestero, 1-0. Ballestero out as a pinch hitter his last time, or his first time up, and that was back in the 9th. 1-0. Takes downstairs. It's 2-0. Set and the pitch. Fouls it back. A little tardy on that one. It's 2-1. Curious about where things stand for North Carolina. 3 lefties due in the 11th. There's a strike. It's 2-2. Joafrius, Stevenson, Madera. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Ballestero down on strikes. 2 outs.
Boy, that's a good curveball. Got a fastball that you're throwing in the mid-90s range, and then you're able to drop that bad boy in at 82 miles an hour.
Jacob Burley will hit. 4 for 26 this season. The transfer from Brown, where he was a 2-year starter and the captain of their team last year, takes high, 1-0. Going back to 2022, he played there with Charlie Bielenson, the Duke closer. There's 4 hits on the season for the backup. And the count 1-1. He's in the number 9 spot. The 1-1. Come to the screen.
One of the things I noticed was right before that pitch came, he had his hands kind of towards the end of the knob. And as he has his hands, as that pitch was coming, he kind of dropped his bat just a little bit to choke up. Almost thinking he's going to probably throw me a fastball. Let me choke up here real quick.
2-1. Foul back. A little tardy on 93. It's 2-2. Those fans that are still here tonight are really into it. 5-5 game. The 11th pitch called, strike 3. And Peterson works a perfect 11th to the bottom half. Carolina fired up. They can win it with 1. We're tied at 5. Chase Burns started this game tonight and was dynamite. 15 strikeouts, 2 walks, 6 shutout innings. Wake Forest had a 4-0 lead until the 7th. In the 8th, Vance Honeycutt's double tied it. Parks Harber gave them the lead in the bottom of the 8th. And then with 2 outs on a 3-2 pitch in the top of the 9th, Nick Kurtz delivered a game-tying double up the alley in right center. And Rockies just skipping rope as the underdog Deacons forced extra innings, and we head to the bottom of the 11th inning. And there's Chase Burns. He's had a chance to shower and get dinner, I think, since he left this game, but man, was he electric. This has been a tremendous ball game.
It really has. We've seen everything that you can possibly witness in a baseball game. It seems like in this one here today.
Anthony D'Onofrio will lead off against Hayden LeFew, the new pitcher for Wake. Talented lefty from Kannapolis. And another guy who's had trouble throwing strikes consistently this year. First pitch outside, 1-0. The Fuse held lefties to a .214 average. And he's got 3 scheduled to hit for North Carolina. There's a strike. It's 1-1.
And LeFew has a very good fastball. It's going to be somewhere in the 92 to 95 range. Has a changeup. Has a curveball.
Swing and a miss. Oh, that was a curveball.
And it's a little side-to-side angle. More like a sliderish. I would call that more of a slur than anything else in between that curveball and slider range. But it's a good one. A lot of action to it.
1-2. He just missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes to D'Onofrio. A pair of hits. D'Onofrio doubled to lead off the 6th against Burns. And then when the throw got away at second, he tried to take third and was gunned down for the first out. That was a key moment at that point with North Carolina down 2-0. He put his hands in his ears to say challenge. His head coach Scott Forbes said no. Shook his head. D'Onofrio down on strikes. Challenge with a high heater, 1 out. And now here's Stevenson. Quietly, Luke Stevenson has had a very good night. He's had 3 hits and knocked in a run in the 7th.
Yeah, that big base hit right back up the middle. Ball hits off second base.
Freshman catcher. Swings and misses to the breaking ball on 1. Stevenson is going to go down as a really good player in North Carolina history. You can already tell he is going to be a star. He takes in the dirt. It's 1-1.
Look at the year that he's had, especially from behind the plate, being a catcher. So far in this season, in 297, 13 home runs, 56 runs batted in.
Upstairs.
He was doing that from the 8th spot for most of the year.
I mean, you think about that, it's what, 56 runs knocked in, as you said. That's what, 2 fewer, or 3 fewer than what Parks Harber has, hitting in the middle of the lineup. There's some big moments already, and he's ahead 3-1.
For LeFew to get back into the count, he's been throwing that breaking ball.
3-1 the count. 1 out. Tie game. Bottom 11. Upstairs. Ball 4. And the winning run's aboard with 1 out. Ninth walk issued by Wake Forest pitching tonight. They fanned 21. 15 of those were Chase Burns. Oh, and our friend has gotten better seats.
He's intense.
Oh, first pitch spins Madeira out of the way. It nearly hit him. I thought it did.
That's the first time that I've seen a hitter actually get away from a baseball in college. Usually they just stand there.
So much the old idea of take a dose, right? Stevenson the winning run at first. A 1-0 to Madeira. Upstairs, it's 2-0.
What's funny is when we were in the dugout in those kind of situations, usually we would say, hey, don't worry, we got ice. But in the 11th inning, no pressure. Go out there and just play.
2-0 the count. And I think our home plate umpire telling the Wake dugout that they don't have mound visits available. The pitch. Called strike. It's 2-1. Well, the Few's going to have to figure it out on his own. There is a righty getting loose in the pen. This is the last of the 3 straight lefties for North Carolina in this inning. Madeira's punched out 4 times tonight. He's ahead in the count, 3-1. And a ball just got loose from the Wake Forest bullpen and rolled all the way to the Carolina on deck circle. 3-1. The pitch. outside, ball 4, and the winning run's in scoring position.
Saw something like this happening in an earlier game today. A walk with the bases loaded. Is it going to get to that situation?
Clemson came back from down 6-0 to beat Louisville. And we're going to get a pinch runner at second for Stevenson. Carter French, sophomore outfielder, is going to run here representing the winning run. The veteran right-hander Jackson Vanderbrink, right-handed hitter, will hit. Oh for 1 tonight. And Tom Walter looks like he's going to make a pitching change here. LeFew retired one of the 3 lefties he faced. He's calling for the righty in this big spot. Game on the bases. Bottom of the 11th inning. Wake Forest and North Carolina are tied at 5. The winner of this game goes to the semifinals to take on Florida State. We'll tell you about the new pitcher for Wake in a moment. Back here at Truist Field. Winning run at second base. Bottom of the 11th inning. See what's at stake. The winner of this game plays Florida State in just about 13.5 hours for a chance to beat either Miami or Duke in the finals. Ben Shinosky, sophomore right-hander, is on. He is one of the Wake Forest pitchers that has thrown strikes this year, but a high ERA. And he faces Jackson Vanderbrink, the senior, who lost his starting job to Gavin Gallagher, now has a chance to send his team to the semifinals. First pitch, outside, it's 1-0.
Shinosky features a fastball, changeup, curveball, and a slider.
Runners get their lead. The pitch, inside, it gets away. And now the winning run is 90 feet away. Burley and Gill have done such a good job on pitches in the dirt, and that one was just too wild. And now the infield's going to have to come all the way in, and the outfield very, very shallow.
I mean, do you just go ahead and put them on to put yourself in a double play situation?
They're going to pitch to Vanderbrink, 2-0. In the dirt, 3-0.
You got to put them on now.
I think you have to.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you're not putting them on at this point. Yeah.
And they are going to intentionally walk Vanderbrink. So the bases are loaded with 3 walks. Last Friday, in a game started by Chase Burns, Wake Forest lost 2-1 to NC State on a bases-loaded walk in the bottom of the 9th. Now they face Carolina, bases loaded, bottom of the 11th, 1 out. Gavin Gallagher at the plate. The freshman has walked 3 times tonight. Infield double play depth. Kurtz playing in at first. Winning run 90 feet away in the 11th. Winner to the semis. The first pitch, way outside, ball 1.
I mean, the other thing that you can look at too is a wild pitch getting away. We've already seen it.
The 1-0, swing and a miss, down to a knee on that one. The freshman chasing, it's 1-1. Shinosky set the pitch. Outside, it's 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Bottom 11. The set, the pitch. High strike, 2-2. Gallagher did not like it. And Scott Forbes has been a little frustrated tonight. 2-2 the count. Swinging a grounder to short. Coming home is the shortstop. The throw in time to get him. Houston's only play was to the plate, and he got him for out number 2.
And they're going to be looking at this one to see if there was a lane for him to slide. Looks like they're getting together.
That's a tough play because that throw was taken into the runner. If this is overturned, it's going to be a very difficult one to live with, as any of these are. Watch the play. This is heads up from Houston, knowing he can't get 2.
And the thing is, too, is that he's standing on the base because it's a force out. But that ball takes him up the line.
I mean, really, it was a great play by Houston and by Burley. Look at him glove that short hop. There's contact, and I think that's probably where North Carolina wants them to take a look. I don't know how you rule this other than an out, but again,
I guess the first thing that they're going to look at is where was the positioning? Was there even a lane ever? But this is too, I mean, in this kind of situation.
What I can tell you is with Major League umpires, those plays on the infield, the catcher and the fielder are given a lot more grace because they happen much faster, right?
I can't see you overturning it.
Yes. It was not an intentional blocking of the plate. It was the catcher trying to get to the ball. He wasn't trying to impede the path. But I also understand Scott Forbes challenging this. He absolutely should.
So the first thing I look at is, where is he right there? Is he even giving a lane? But where that ball is coming from, it's almost like you can't.
Well, it's also a force out.
And it's a force out, which at that point, that ball takes his foot off. But I think they're going to see whether or not was that foot even still on the base, and then that negates everything.
I mean, listen, if it's a tag play, I understand it far greater than if it's a force out. You know what I mean? Perry Costello, the crew chief, will tell us they confirmed the call. Out number 2. It was an excellent play by both Houston and Burley. I mean, really, Burley did everything he could on that play because it wasn't a great throw.
No, that's a big play by Burley. He could have easily dropped that ball. That ball could have gotten away.
2 outs, bases still loaded, bottom of the 11th, 5-5 score. Colby Wilkerson is the hitter, the senior shortstop. He has walked in 5 trips. He is 0 for 5. First pitch, outside, 1-0. The pitch, down and in, it's 2-0. Madera, the potential winning run, is at third. 2-0 the count. Called strike. Floated a changeup in there. It's 2-1.
Yeah, he was taking on that pitch.
The pitch. Wilkerson takes strike 2.
Seems like that's the only pitch that he's able to throw for a strike right now.
Is it changeup here with 2 strikes?
It's the only pitch he's able to throw for a strike.
2-2 the count, 2 outs, bases loaded, bottom 11, tied at 5. The pitch, swinging a grounder to second. Tellier has it to first, inning over. And Shinosky saying, of course I got out of it. He leaves them loaded. We head to the 12th, tied at 5. Well, it's almost later today that we will have the semifinals. North Carolina and Wake playing for a chance to take on Florida State. Miami and Duke the other semi. It's the last game of pool play, and it's been a dandy. Peterson back to work for his second inning. Top of the Wake lineup here in the 12th. Got to make something happen here in the 12th inning for one of these teams at the top of the order coming up. Eric Houston's ahead 2-0.
Yeah, if you're Wake Forest right now, you definitely want to get one, maybe two, even across, putting some pressure on this UNC team.
Houston a homer and a double today. As he takes a strike, it's 2-1. The pitch, called strike. It's 2-2. Peterson very impressive in a perfect 11th. Pitch in the dirt, and the count is full.
You can't walk him. So here's going to be the pitch that you can throw for a strike. If Houston gets on via hit, fine. But you cannot give out the free pass.
Payoff. Houston rips a base hit back through the middle, third of the ninth. The leadoff man's aboard in the 12th.
Boy, he just stays hot. He has been on fire.
The reason we're still here is Nick Kurtz. His RBI double in the 9th inning on a 3-2 pitch, scoring Cam Nelson from first. Kept this game alive for Wake after they lost a 4-0 lead. Power against power. First pitch. He swings and skies one deep. Left center field. Gone! Nick Kurtz hit the scoreboard the other way. A prodigious tank at 7-5 Wake Forest.
Oh my. Fastball down in the zone. Nick Kurtz knew it right off the bat. This is probably the farthest ball that I've seen hit to left field, and it comes from a lefty.
408 feet the other way. And for the first time tonight, a loud "Let's Go Deeks" chant. Jack Winay hits on the ground to third and under the glove of the third baseman Gallagher, and Winay's aboard. Nicky Nukes has turned this game on its head, and now Wake threatening to add some insurance.
Yeah, Gallagher just couldn't get his body there. That glove didn't get down. Ball sneaks underneath.
That is an error on Gallagher. 7-5 Wake Forest. And here's Javar Williams, entered as a pinch hitter and walked. In the 10th, squares to bunt and bunts. That's a pretty good one. Peterson's only play is to first. The sacrifice executed by the freshman. And Winay in scoring position for Seaver King. Nick Kurtz opposite field home run to give Wake the lead is the 54th of this tournament. That ties the record set in 2022 for the most ever in the ACC tournament. And Seaver Kings just earned an intentional walk. 54 home runs. 4 homers tonight from Wake. And here's Adam Tellier. The walk sets up the double play. First pitch upstairs, 1-0.
If you're Wake, though, you want to continue to add on here. You're looking at the UNC lineup, and they're at their top of the lineup in the bottom of the 12th inning.
Swing and a miss. A quick mound conference here. Asking and Brian Gaines, pitching coach, coming out. There you see 11 plus games. You still have 3 to go after this one. Heck, we still have the rest of this half inning and the bottom of the 12th. First time we've seen Coach Gaines tonight. Senior Peterson's going to have to get back to work. Nick Kurtz, 22 home runs on the year. First team all ACC first baseman. Delivering. And a count at 1-1 to Tellier. Chop foul at the plate. 1-2. Dude, it hit the scoreboard. The opposite field home run that hit the scoreboard.
And that says here's this 2-run homer opposite field, top of the scoreboard up there.
I mean, in the dirt, it's 2-2. We've seen some unbelievable stuff tonight. I mean, and the thing is, it's been from the Stars, right?
Yeah.
Foul back by Tellier.
The Stars have done it tonight. And starting off with Chase Burns, 15 strikeouts. We had Vance Honeycutt with the big double to tie up the game in the bottom of the 8th.
Seaver King throwing leather.
Seaver King throwing some leather out there.
Kurtz, the game time double of the 9th. Go-ahead homer in the 12th.
Center.
Yeah. I mean, Dalton Pence, Matty Mateus, both being good out of the bullpen for North Carolina. Their star relievers. It's
Parks Harber with the big hit.
Yeah.
You can go on and on.
It would take us 4 hours and 20 minutes to recap this game, I think. But we'll leave that for Danny and Justin on All ACC. 2-2. Swinging a bouncer foul.
We also had some funny moments where Cameron Gill couldn't get down 2 bunts and then hit a home run on the next pitch.
That's right. And we've seen the most vulnerable record in history fall. I mean, it was the 54 home runs in this tournament was destined to fall at about the 3rd inning of game 1. Foul back.
Well, there's still 3 games left.
Right. This has been
this one.
I'll tell you what, this has been the best day of action so far.
Absolutely.
I mean, even the final looked pretty decisive
in that second one.
Well, that game was great. But the Florida State-Virginia game was a good one, too. I mean, they combined to score with 12 runs in the 7th. That in on the hand of Tellier, and it hit him. if you took the day off work today and you're walking around on the concourse and you've been here for all 3 games, you have made a very wise decision. I mean, we're approaching 13 hours of baseball, but wow. Scott Forbes is going to make a pitching change. Holsters the glasses. He's going to go to the pen. Wake has the bases loaded in the top of the 12th, leading 7-5. We'll tell you about the new UNC pitcher in a moment. Winner of this game to the semis. Bases loaded. 1 out top of the 12th. Wake now with a 2-run lead on North Carolina. They get ready to take on Florida State. The winner of this game does tomorrow in the first semifinal. Duke and Miami resting comfortably. Duke was here earlier. Did they stick around?
I don't think so.
No, there's at least one of their players is still down behind home plate, I think.
Maybe he is. He's going to get in trouble because there's got to be
a curfew? Their game's not till 5.
Well.
JD Arteaga, the Miami coach, has been attending a lot of these games. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already come back and forth 3 times.
Went back to the hotel, said, oh, they're still playing? All right, we'll go back.
Burns is on the mound. He's done. Come back. Yeah, it's going to be. Come back. 7-5 Wake, top 12. Aiden Hawks, the new pitcher. He's the Sunday starter. He was the presumed starter for tomorrow for North Carolina. Infield in at the corners, back at double play depth. First pitch to Morales, bounce through the right side, a base hit. 2 runs are going to come home to score. Antonio Morales gives Wake a 4-run lead in the 12th.
That's a big-time hit for Morales there. Just adding on. Morales gets a fastball, just turns on it. Out of the outreach arms if Harber can't come up with it. And all of a sudden, Wake has taken a commanding 9-5 lead.
Their second 4-run lead of this game. Tate Ballestero, who entered this game as a pinch hitter, now with his 3rd plate appearance. Foul back, 0-1. That was back in the 9th. Excuse me, in the 9th.
In the 9th. You're not wrong.
I'm starting to run out of space in the old scorecard here, so. One the count. It's officially weird baseball time. We've hit midnight local. But you can get out your ice cream.
It's tomorrow. So if you were saying you were keeping an ice cream per day.
No, now it's today.
Or it's today.
Now it's today.
Now it's.
Swing and miss, 1-2. It's 13 hours away from the winner of this game playing Florida State. Wake has opened up a 4-run lead. Foul back.
I mean, you look at that last inning for UNC. They had bases loaded with 1 out and just couldn't get anything done. UNC left 16 men on base today.
One-two. Foul back again. Pretty good bat here from Ballestero. Starting to get messages from the other tournaments which have wrapped up tonight. Pitch in the dirt. It's 2-2. cranked foul. That reached the concourse out there.
I mean, that reached everything out there. Boy. Mad dash for a ball.
Two. Rip foul past first.
Stero having himself an AP.
He's really good at bat.
He's about to be on pitch number 9.
Wake with 4 runs home in the 12th already. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Houck wins the battle, 2 outs. Houck had been a reliever for most of the year before sliding into the Sunday role after the Boas injury. He's done a very nice job for the Heels. Hold on here, just trying to keep it close. And here's Jacob Burley. Backup catcher swings and misses, 0-1. 9th man to come to the plate in this inning. As Gabby mentioned earlier, the top of the North Carolina order is due in the bottom of the 12th.
It's going to be tougher for him at this point, but I wouldn't put anything past him.
Called strike, it's 0-2. And the way this one has gone, I agree. Swing and a miss. Early down on strikes, inning over. Wake sends 9 to the plate. They score 4 times. They head to the bottom of the 12th, leading North Carolina 9-5. Here's how we got here. Chase Burns started this game. 6 shutout innings. 15 strikeouts for the Wake Forest right-hander. They had a 4-0 lead going to the bottom of the 7th. Carolina scored 3 there, and then Vance Honeycutt tied the game with that wall ball double. Parks Harber gave him the lead. 2 outs, man at first, bottom 9, 3-2 pitch. Nick Kurtz tied it for Wake. And then Nicky Nukes nearly exploded the scoreboard to start the 12th. Opposite field, 2-run shot, 408 feet. A 4-run 12th for Wake, and they're 3 outs from the semis. Yeah, you're just going to want to replay this. Like, just go to the ESPN app, start it over. Hopefully you're recording it on your streaming service, cable or satellite device. This game has been awesome. And to finish it out, here comes Michael Massey for Wake.
Michael Massey coming into this ball game.
First of all,
shut the door down. This guy's still here.
Hype Dude found the Deacon, and they're hanging.
They're hanging out.
And Hype Dude is into it. Like, he gets it. This is a great ball game. I'm in on Hype Dude. There he is.
Oh, that's great.
Vance Honeycutt.
He's not giving up.
Nope. You see Massey, the junior, worked mostly as a starter this year, but has plenty of relief experience. And the count 1-1. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Honeycutt. He showed you that huge double in the 8th inning. He also made a game-saving, at the time, catch on a screaming liner to center, and he starts the bottom of the 12th with a gapper. Honeycutt around first, digging for second. Williams throws offline. Second double of the game for Vance Honeycutt to lead off the 12th. Well, if you're North Carolina, that's exactly how you want to start it, down 4.
And who's the one that's doing it? Of course, it's Vance Honeycutt. Getting things started for UNC. Says, hey, we need to get 4. Just follow my lead, fellas.
Casey Cook bats. 2 for 4, a couple of walks. First pitch to Cook. Called strike. 0-1. The redshirt, or excuse me, the draft eligible sophomore. A good night at the plate. And a great season. Upstairs, it's 1-1. There's no quit in either of these teams.
It's so fun to watch.
That's part of what's made it so awesome. Swing and a miss. Oh. Hi, Chad, 1-2.
Massey has that good fastball. Kilo about 92 to 95 with a whiff rate about 37%.
Upstairs, and Honeycutt takes third without a throw. Two and two, the count to Cook. Inside, and the count is full. If you're Massey, the last thing you want to do is put another man on, because you're starting to get into some heavy hitters with Harber and D'Onofrio. Swing and a miss. He blows the heater by Cook, and that is a big first out.
I talked about how good that fastball is, especially on that whiff rate. You can see it on that one, 95 miles an hour right on the outside corner. And Cook can't come up with it. And Cook, who's actually one of the best in hitting velocity.
First pitch way upstairs to Parks Harber. It's 1-0. Harber 1 for 6 with a couple knocked in. 60 RBIs now in the season. Takes high. It's 2-0. Massey moving a little fast here. Trying to hurry up and get this one finished. Wake by 4. There's a strike. It's 2-1. I mean, at this point, with the struggles that Wake's bullpen has had throwing strikes, you don't take any count for granted. I mean, that's why even on a 4-run game, you talk about that first out being big. And the count now 2-2. Foul back. Tom Walter's expression has not changed tonight. It was the same when Chase Burns was pitching. It was the same.
It's almost like that Elliott Avett, right? Like they'll give you a smile when the game is done and they've won. Until then, no.
It's a very calm demeanor. Bounce or foul. I would say the difference is that Walter, Elliott looks like he needs milk of magnesia. Like it's that beautiful nervousness of baseball, right? He's nervous about everything. Like it's 2-2. Swing and a miss. Harber down on strikes, 2 outs.
Got him to chase that slider.
Zalino likes it. And Wake now 1 out away from the semis.
And they won't be playing too long either. That's the 23rd strikeout for Wake Forest pitching. Of course, 15 coming from Chase Burns himself.
First pitch misses high to Anthony D'Onofrio. 2 for 6. Double and a single. Thrown out trying to stretch that double. Takes upstairs. It's 2-0. Burley really getting after Massey, saying keep the ball down.
How about that, huh? Burley, the backup catcher, let's go. Being very vocal behind the plate. He's been doing that the whole time since he's been back there.
Former team captain at Brown. Takes a strike.
Gotta love it too, right there. Even giving him the head nod, like, yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, this game means a ton to both of these teams. Up and in, it's 3-1. I mean, for Wake's long-term projections, it means more, but man, at this point, I mean, listen, we saw a game that didn't matter to Clemson. They came back from 6-0. This is some great competition. Honeycutt still at third. The pitch, swing and a miss. And now North Carolina down to its final strike. Two outs, man at third, 9-5 Wake, bottom 12. Swing and a miss. Massey strikes out the side, and Wake is going to the semis. That's not a celebration, that's a mosh pit with those guys banging into each other. What a win for Wake Forest. Losing a 4-0 lead and winning in 12.
You got to see the excitement there by Massey, the passion. You know that this game meant a lot to them. You know that they knew that if they win this tournament, they're going to be hosting. And how about this on 3-2, going to the slider. Here's the energy. Now, here, if I'm a player, I'm not going into that one. That's a big man on the mound. Look at this right here. Bam! Oh, no way. But that's what I love right there. Right there with Burley, giving him the love.
Nearly 5 hours of some of the most entertaining college baseball you will ever see. If you weren't a college baseball fan before tonight, you should be now. There's what the bracket looks like. Wake and Florida State at 1 Eastern. 5 Eastern, Duke and Miami in the semifinals of the ACC tournament tomorrow. It is a must-win for Miami to make the tournament. Wake and Duke both trying to keep hosting chances alive. What a performance.